Okay, continue, retard.
By the way, we have mutual friends. I suggest you watch your fucking mouth because you're making yourself look like a jackass. I don't rep on the app of being a polite person. I don't deserve this disrespect. I don't.
You rep on this app of being a retard.
Bad bitch, you did talk shit on the internet.
You have a rep of being a retard. You look like Rhino Richard. You're a retarded Rhino Richard. You're a retard. You're a retard that looks like Lionel Richie. You probably shouldn't be talking like a tough guy. You make no sense. This guy's just mad because I get more black pussy than he. PTR your girlfriend. Wow. These retards are something else. I told you guys I had no patience. Listen, you can come up here and say, hey, I can mispronounce words because I have autism, and then you think you're not going to get picked on. No, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I'm going to pick on you for that shit. You don't get to fucking hide behind your fucking autism. I don't even believe you have it. I think you probably make that up as a fucking excuse why you're so stupid. That's I know people with autism. I know people with autism that are smart. Shit, Io's got fucking autism. He's the smartest guy on the app. So, what's your reason? Alright, if he wants to come back up and tell us about the Matt bar, he's really welcome to come and talk about that. We can carry on. Maybe we'll do a GoFundMe for people.
Listen to the Mojo shut the fuck up when someone else is talking challenge. Where he asks you a question and let them answer it without interrupting. You don't have fans here, brother. You have sycophants for your dick lovers. Anyone objective will look at you like a bitch. You know that, right?
You know, Truth, since you said that you have a reputation for being, respectful.
And now if someone calls me a fucking retard, Steve, where's your line, Steve? Where are you standing, brother? You call autistic people retards, Steve? Steve, do you think that being autistic your whole life might make you sensitive to having someone throw your disability in your face as a fucking joke, and then once it backfires, try to say you don't even have it?
Thank you.
This is what the fucking internet does to people, folks. They act like they're not human beings. They talk in ways that they could not get worse. You could not do this in a room full of people who know you, work with you, shop with you, or are friends of your family members. You have a fucking reputation you would want to protect. You would want to be known as a degenerate on the internet and all shit and giggles because you're 30 going on 50, still acting like you're 16. Grow the fuck up.
Well,
Yeah, I mispronounced the word, not in my native language. You want to fucking laugh for another 10 minutes because you have nothing going on today?
Yeah.
You fucking dork.
Yes, I do.
actually, if I may.
Loser. We're
Thank
discussing
you.
Israel Palestine. He's making fun of a mispronounced word for
It's a deflection, Truth. Don't let him get you out of body.
If I could
They have no other
You're talking to
argument.
me, Steve?
if I
You're
could,
a dick washer, bro. You're a dick washer.
thank you. If I could continue.
No,
I've been here for.
Fuck you and fuck him.
Thank you. I've been here for 20 minutes. I've kept my mouth shut. I was trying to do a little bit to defend you, Truth, but now you have convinced me not to. For someone,
Look, you said you have a good reputation. You didn't say, hey, Truth.
I didn't say anything. I haven't spoken for the past 20 minutes.
Autistic people should be called fucking retards, Truth, and I'm sorry that happened to you. Steve, go fuck yourself. I don't need you. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You know what?
You actually think I sit here and go, oh no, I lost Steve. Oh guys, did you hear I lost Steve? Guys, did you hear it? I lost him. Oh no, the guy who couldn't stand up for once.
I don't believe
that was
you.
out of pocket.
I think you are a liar.
Wrong. But you can't even stand up to Israel, so why would you stand up to Moshe? You're not gonna stand up for what's good. You're not gonna go, hey, that's wrong. You're gonna try to tell me I fucked up, or try to be my friend. Go fuck yourself, respectfully.
I was only speaking for about 15 seconds, and you interrupted me 3 times.
You watch me get slapped in the face and then start talking to me instead of the person who slapped me. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
I was trying to give you a little bit of props, but you have convinced me.
Buddy, I don't need your props. I need you to address the person who just disrespected someone for being autistic and then didn't even apologize.
Okay, A, I don't believe you're autistic. B, I don't believe.
I've been on the app 5 years.
And you've interrupted me 5 times right now.
And read my entire bio. Just
how could anybody believe that you have a reputation?
Now you think I have to perform my disability for you to think it has merit. That's strange, brother. I don't know what to tell you.
No, I don't know what to tell you. I just moved you to the audience because I'm sick and tired of you interrupting me not once, not twice, not 3, not 4 times, but 5 fucking times. So now I'm going to take just a very little bit of time and finish what I wanted to say. Where I originally came up to support autistic people because I have a mod squad that regularly comes on to my regularly scheduled show on Saturday and Sunday morning, and 25 to 33% of my mod squad are autistic. So I would say I have a better than average experience and knowledge of autistic people. If indeed you are autistic, you certainly don't act like it. If indeed you are respectful, you certainly don't act like it. And last but not least, I have no desire whatsoever to defend anything about you whatsoever, because I have not said anything bad about you, about autistic people, about anybody. You interrupted me 5 times. You're rude, you're nasty, and quite frankly, I think you deserve everything that you've gotten in this room.
See, I'm not sure, maybe you came a little late, but Truth is being disrespected from the jump, as was I. We get, called names.
Did you both are fucking retarded?
Right. Crazy stuff. So, I
Bima, and now I know I'm interrupting you, but Bima, you've known me for a year or 2. You just heard Truth say a bunch of things about me. Question, Bima, has anything that Truth just said about me within the past 2 minutes true?
Oh, I wasn't paying. I apologize. I wasn't paying that.
Oh, okay, all right.
I was more focused. I was trying to get in there to let you know. Maybe you came a little late, but he had already been, attacked and instigated. He was making great points. No, it wasn't by you. It wasn't by you. You're right. It wasn't by you.
However, in the past 2 minutes, he laid into me. Totally, right?
Yeah, that may have been a fumble.
Okay, well, would you attribute that to autism, or just, and again, everybody, if you're insulted by 4-letter words, turn your volume down for 30 seconds. Is that just because he's a nasty, rude, mean son of a bitch? If not, why did he lay into me? What did I do to deserve that?
Well, I think he let you know.
Hold on. I'll go see if I can explain this. The reason he lit into you is because he's fucking.
He was trying to explain that to you, Steve. He was frustrated with you addressing him before addressing the disrespect that was given to him. He wants to have a good conversation. He came up on stage. He's a great interlocutor. I love him. Free Truth. And I think we should get a start.
Well, considering
I've invited him back up. He's not interrupting me, but I've invited the guy up. Listen. I do not discriminate. I will call people out for being retarded, but like Retards are welcome on the stage. Beam is still here. We can bring Truth back up. Look, some of my best friends on this app are fucking retarded.
And again, I admit it, after interrupting me 5 times, I'm the one that dropped him to the audience. And I think any other mod that was interrupted 5 times in a row would drop him to the audience. So I don't think...
Please invite him up. I want to hear him talk about the knack.
Yeah, because I don't think I was disrespectful to him. I don't think I was rude to him. Oh, and here he is. Okay, Truth, go ahead. Talk more about me.
Or the knack bar.
Yeah, you can talk about the knack bar, or you can talk about what a negative son of a bitch, whatever you want to say negatively about me. Go ahead.
Look, I'll say this respectfully. Maybe I jumped the gun, Steve. I'm not willing to say I did, but I'm also willing to say I don't know for sure. It seemed as if you were about to browbeat me and do the kind of like what's the term? Not pandering, freaking not condescension.
Well, considering you interrupted me 5 fucking times, you'll never know what I was about to do.
I'm trying to remember the term.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I heard.
Okay, you heard what I said.
Oh, so now you're good. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I can't remember the term, but it's essentially a combination of pandering and condescension, where you just, like I said, watched me get slapped, and instead of going, "Hey, Mojo, just for the record, I don't think he deserved that," or "I don't think that's appropriate," which, by the way, many people in the chat were doing, right? So it's not like I'm just even like, this is something people recognized and saw as wrong. You say you were going to sympathize with me, but instead of first correcting the person that gives you a reason to sympathize with me, you went straight to sympathizing with me. That's called enablement of abuse. But that's fine. I get it. It's the internet. We act antisocial here. Why the fuck would we be normal and act like we have compassion? Let's try to make up for getting bullied in school, right? Like, it's weird here. I swear to God, it's so fucking weird. Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed, I mispronounced Nakba and then got interrupted for 10 minutes in midstream of thought. Because that's how adults have conversations, right, guys? Yeah, okay. So, but whoa, why did you crash out? Just because when you brought up your autism, someone said you're retarded. Whoa, that made you crash out? Like, the audacity. These are the same folks, mind you, anyone listening, these are the same folks who cuss at people who cut them off in traffic. But they have no empathy for me getting frustrated with being disrespected. That's how you know their fucking amygdala is triggered and the prefrontal cortex is no longer operational. There's no empathy or reasoning coming my way. So I won't expect it any further.
Your autism is kicking in again. Your autism's kicking in again. Your autism's kicking.
Yeah, it's never going away, buddy. And I actually like it. Anyway, so... to my point, I was in the middle of the Palestinians are ethnically tied to the Levant region. It's essentially comes from ancient Canaanites. There's been a lot of migration and activity in the region, but that is like the ancient ethnic origin, and the Palestinians are modern-day Canaanites. That's been proven genetically. In fact, Palestinians have more genetic legacy to the region than the modern-day Israelis. That's also been proven and documented. But I know people who are descendants of colonizers don't care about indigenous.
By the way, Truth, it's a great name, great nickname you have. When are you going to start speaking it? By the way,
Cool.
you just regurgitate it.
One of my favorite years.
Truth. I'm not going to do this with you. You're not going to no, hang on. Don't tell me how to talk to you.
Don't tell you how to show basic respect.
It's not going to happen. No, you're not going to. You're not going to do this to me.
This is the internet.
You might do other. You realize you're
missing context.
Truth, are you done now? I mean, look.
I'm waiting for you to be an adult and make an argument instead of an insult.
Okay. You were absolutely incorrect when it comes to the understanding that you have about the Nakba.
Please enlighten.
Okay. It does mean catastrophe. The word was adopted in the period closest to about 1948. The meaning of it is catastrophe. What it referred to, okay, take your pen and paper out.
is
oh my God,
loss.
You need to get
to.
hang on.
I know.
You're
This is
fucking
hard.
on
This is
it.
hard. Okay, no, hang on. No. Because I just want to correct you. It means the catastrophe was to the loss of the Jews. 5 Arab countries committed a war, a genocide, committed to a genocidal war against Israel. Okay? And the catastrophe was that they fucking lost. That's what the Nakba was. That's what it was originally named. And then was changed in the 60s, right, to suit a narrative about the displacement.
So can I
don't know whether you understand. What you're talking about, for a start, the history that you try and present is garbage. You're stating things as facts, where historically they are completely inaccurate, genetically inaccurate as well, statistically inaccurate as well. It sounds like you're basically being regurgitating propaganda that is completely off the rails. These people are Palestinian people. They didn't even identify as Palestinians back in the early 20th century. Did you know that? They didn't even.
Still don't know that.
There was no such place. There was no state. There was no kingdom. There was no country. Nothing. There was no culture. It was called Palestinian.
Bro, then can I ask you a question about that? If that was true, do you know who the father of Zionism is? I mean, like, I know it was a concept for.
Yes.
Do you know who that is? Hold on, I just have a question. I just got a question for Ro.
What's
You know who Herzl is? Yeah? You know who Herzl is? Okay. I have a question for you.
Thanks. Okay, maybe a conversation with Beamer. Beamer, before I even answer that question, what is Zionism?
It is the belief that the people, that the Jewish people should have a nation state.
Not exactly.
Yeah, that is what it is. It is a Jewish state.
Not exactly.
Okay.
I'm telling you what it is. It's a movement of Jews to be able to return to their indigenous, native, and ancestral homeland, and to be able to self-determine within that land, which is Israel. So you were close. Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to call you out now on 2 points. I'm going to tell you why it's bullshit on 2 points. Have you ever read Herzl's A Jewish State?
Hang on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now we're getting some.
Okay. So, on what authority, right, do you have on this topic? First of all,
hold on. What authority do you have on the topic? We're having a conversation. All right. So now that I'm asking you questions, you don't want to answer questions. Well, come on. No. No. I have the same authority as any other person.
When you are running a room, when you're moderating a room, I will respect the fuck out of your decision to be able to talk over me. I'm expecting you to be able to do the same thing, okay? And there are reasons why I'm choosing to be able to try and pinpoint this conversation in a direction which may you feel uncomfortable about. For a start, are you Jewish?
Do you understand? No, I'm not going to commit you. This is a logical fallacy. These are circumstantial. If the statements that I'm saying, if there's a truth value, you assess the truth value. Are you saying that only? Hold on.
No, you're not going to fucking.
Wow, so dishonest, bro. You're fucking dishonest. Dishonest motherfucker. Wow, bro. So this is what it is. So now once you losing now. I see you, Ro. Wow. Don't even want to have the discussion. Logical fallacies at the end. That's disappointing, Ro.
Logical fallacy.
It is. Very simple, straightforward.
What a coward, Ro. Dude. That's so fucking disappointing.
Speakers, but he's acting like
we can have that conversation.
You're not a fucking big man, bro. Just chill. It's Clubhouse, you dork.
All right, let's restore order to the room. You guys can bring the truth back up. Fine. I would move you. Now that it's sunk in that you're genuinely retarded, I will not pick on you anymore. I have non-Jews lecturing to the Jews what Zionism is. It's a very interesting room that we have here now. But Bima, and everyone stay on mute. We can refute it later. Bima, go ahead and make your point. Tell us everything that you know about Herzl. Tell us everything that you know about Zionism. We'll give her as much time as she wants, but then after she's done speaking, then we'll allow the Zionists in the room to respond, and we'll see what she got right, and we'll see what she got wrong.
So just a points of this honest discourse. You know, I want to have a truthful discussion, right? Clearly there's agendas in the room and people get, I guess, I don't know, ego gets tapped at and then they want to shut down conversation. Just when I was asked earlier, hey, was there a war before October 7th? Was there a war October 6th? And I answered, well, it's respective who you're talking to, right? If you want to say Israel says no, still Hamas would say, and Palestinians, Gaza, whomever, they would say that there was, right? Oh, I'm being dishonest. I had two people, somebody else, JP said, oh, you're being intellectually dishonest. Okay, well, why don't you just Google some Jewish-born, Israeli-born historians, okay, who will answer in the same exact way. You are not going to find, okay, a fucking true historian that's going to say that October 7th there was no war and then it happened, you know, it just happened because of what. No, there's fucking plenty of historians. Yeah, you can roll your eyes because you're getting fucking demolished. You're getting fucking demolished. My point is not
Hold on. Ryan, do not interrupt. We said that we're going to give uninterrupted time for Bima. Now, Bima, you're all over the map. What you were going to do is you were going to explain everything that you knew about Herzl, everything that you knew about Zionism, and then we were going to get a response from the Jewish people to explain to you if you were right or wrong. People don't want that opportunity for you, Bima. I'm telling the stage to not interrupt you, but apparently people don't want that. I'm getting the thumbs down for giving you the mic and telling people, do not interrupt this woman. This woman is going to tell you, you Jewish people, you need to listen to this. Bima is going to educate you on what Zionism is.
All I was going to say was that I understand that returning to the homeland wasn't, it didn't come up by Herzl, right? But he wrote one of the foundational texts in the 1800s, it was called The Jewish State. That was the pamphlet, right? And in the pamphlet, it wasn't the Jewish state. He was talking about developing a company, and it wasn't Palestine, which, by the way, for everybody who says, oh, they weren't a nation, they weren't a people, well, that's crazy because Herzl in 1890-something was very clear to refer to Palestine as Palestine. Okay, so that's hilarious. Whoopsie. So very specific, okay, in identifying that. But it was between two. It was between Argentina and Palestine. And they were, yeah, let's get we'll take what we can get. So it wasn't Zionism in what I understood. If you're going to go from this foundation, like, okay, return, we can argue, I can see your point if you're going to say whether it's return to the homeland or a nation state, which, like I said, one of the foundational texts that Herzl talks about in his A Jewish State pamphlet, it wasn't necessarily going to be Palestine. It was going to be any nation state that the Jewish people could go to. Okay, now I would like to hear what you guys think about Herzl. I'm open to it, and yeah, let me know. Tell me where.
All right, hold on. I'm going to call upon blink your mic if your name is Ro, Norma, or Harry, and you want to respond to this. Blink your mic. Either Ro, Norma, or Harry. Norma.
So, Jews have long returned home in Israel and have done so for more than 2,000
Christian Messiah appeared from a Christian leader of Christianity, whether you founding figure that he called Jesus. Zionism is intrinsic to the identity of the Jew, inasmuch as it represents a return to Jerusalem, a return home. We pray facing Jerusalem, and we pray for the return to Jerusalem at minimum 3 times a day. And we've done this for thousands of years. Now, Herzl happened to be a modern European, but he had the idea of returning in modern times to our home and forming a European-style modern nation state, a model which was repeated all over the world. Every country that's using it, South America, Asia, in the Levant, in the Arabian Peninsula, they're all modern nation states like Israel. Herzl wasn't particularly religious, although he did believe in God and he was a Jew. At the time, he was responding to the Dreyfus affair, which was only the most recent example of anti-Semitism. His big contribution wasn't that he thought, well, could we go to Uganda or Argentina? I don't know. His big contribution was understanding the possibility and the necessity of forming a modern nation state, which became Israel. All right, question, Mina.
So my question is, when you read, so first of all, what do you think of Herzl as an authority connected to Zionism? Do you subscribe to him? Do you not subscribe to him? Do you think most Jews subscribe to him? Do you think most Zionists subscribe?
Trying to unmute. There are 17 million Jews. He's one voice. 17 million.
So would you say he's an authoritative figure, though, when it comes to the topic of Zionism?
One small contribution to make, which I thought I wrote down for you, the idea of making it like a European style nation, which was repeated eventually on every continent of the world. See, we were coming out of the age of empires. So there was the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It got broken up. There was the Ottoman Empire. It got broken up. There was the British Empire, broken up. French Empire, Belgian Empire, broken up. What replaced it? Homeland for the indigenous people. It was indigenous to Israel. Among many others, Jews, also Samaritans, Assyrians, Yazidis, Muslims. Israel's founding document, unlike Hamas's, which says they want to kill every Jew on the planet, they never repudiated that. Israel's founding document, its Declaration of Independence, you should read it, guarantees equal rights for all minorities, unlike any state in the region. It's also parliamentary democracy, European style, unlike any state in the region. So he made an important contribution. He's one voice of what they call the Moses.
Right, exactly. I was just gonna say that. Like, are we the
Moses.
right? Would you agree that?
Like you asked me twice, I gave you the answer. Who calls him Moses? Hello?
Alright, so I'll go pull up articles.
You said they call him Moses. No, we don't call him Moses.
No, I said they.
Who's they?
Basically, they consider him left. I'll pull it up for you. They
Why
consider
don't you just answer? You made a statement. Who are you talking about?
yeah, so it's considered one of the fathers. One of the fathers. I find Jewish publications.
I only asked you a question. If you don't know, say I don't know. And don't say it's not recorded.
Oh, this very off the top of my head.
So why did you say it? It's not recorded yet. Herzl is one of the fathers of Zionism. He made an important contribution. He was really responsible for the Dreyfus affair. There are many Zionists and many kinds of Zionism, but we all have one thing in common. We understand
I found those quotes if you want them.
Yeah, but what about what I just did?
Sorry, I was looking at what you were asking me to find.
Yeah. Oh, so you get lost?
Yes, my retarded ass has a hard time listening to someone speak and find a source.
Sorry to hear.
You wanted me to find people calling him
Wait a minute. Why is it that I'm a bad guy when I call you a retard, but when you call yourself a retard, it's okay? I don't like this double standard. I don't like this double
You
standard.
literally know the answer to that question.
Yes, I do. It's your literally talking. That's
Also, if you have a nickname for your friend, I can call him that nickname. Or like if you call your friend a silly insult, but it's an inside joke, I can just hop in on that inside joke. Right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not explaining how society works to fucking world, man. To the point, right? To the point. You asked who called him Moses.
you just saying.
Yeah, the reason I said that is because it was like a rhetorical thing. You have to understand this, man. You're downplaying.
But what's the answer to the question? If you're not listening to what I'm saying, what's the answer?
Unbelievable.
I'm going to make you a sweater that with a big V for victim on it. You're such a victim of watching. He really is.
What's the one that you
It's okay, Julie.
Everyone mute up. Listen. We're gonna have a conversation. We're gonna keep it calm. Everyone's just gonna relax. We're gonna keep all of our disabilities in check. We're just gonna make sure that when we're having this conversation, that we're just gonna. There's two rules. Try to make 1, maybe 2 points. Keep your share brief. Then mute up and then let somebody respond. I don't want you to. Where this is gonna get out of hand is if people talk over each other. So I want to just go ahead and turn the mic over to Truth, a self-identified retard, and I want to hand the mic to him and allow him to speak. So I will no longer call Truth a retard. I will just refer to him the way that he chooses to identify himself. So
Yes, for the record, self-effacing humor is common. If I call myself a big jackass, that doesn't mean you can start calling me a big jackass. So yeah, just why he's more than just one Jew amongst millions. He's the founder of the World Zionist Organization.
He started an organization. Who calls him Muslim?
He was the first president.
He started an organization. You got a lot more important than that. Hold on, guys, listen. This is going to be the order. Truth is going to speak, and he's going to make 1 or 2 points, and then Norton's going to respond, and then we'll pass the mic around. But go ahead, Truth, speak, and then Norm, let him uninterrupted get it off his chest, and then you will speak uninterrupted.
Yeah, so in doing so, he met with the Ottoman Sultan himself. He met with the British government. Originally, they thought in Uganda as a temporary solution. He met with the German Kaiser and Russian officials, and he legitimized the Zionism.
We'll call him Moses. Nobody, you want to withdraw that? No, I'm not holding on. You made a big point that you wanted to really get to there. So don't say start with there and then go on. Start there. We'll call him Moses. Serious. Thank you. We'll call him Moses. Nobody. Okay, we withdraw the statement. All right, now what do you want to talk about? Yeah, you withdrew the statement, right?
Wait, so there is a publication on this that we say magazine. and how long cool with that, except I can't speak to
Some left and some stayed. Is that more accurate?
I'm sorry.
Some left and some stayed. Is that more accurate?
Some left and some stayed. They were displaced.
No, they weren't displaced. Some left and some stayed. That happens in war. No different than the 7 million refugees who left the Syrian war. They started a war in 1948, and some left and some stayed. And many, they were told to leave. They weren't displaced. Nobody displaced them. That's more accurate. Next point. Okay, so 100% true. What's your next point?
Okay,
What's your next point?
so this is important because one of us is correct. I'm not even correct. I can be, please. I'm willing to say I could be incorrect, although obviously I'm convinced I'm not.
Okay, you don't know this.
I think if you haven't read the history, this moment definitive, because
It's not like there's 2 million Arabs in Israel. Obviously, they stayed. Correct? So we're
in the United States of America.
Say again.
Are there Native Americans still in the United States of America?
Irrelevant.
Oh, okay, so you haven't agreed to catch why that's relevant.
No, I can explain it. I'm asking.
Well, hold on, we're doing the talking. No, hold on. We're doing the talking over again. We're gonna take turns. If you guys need me to do it, I will literally say, okay, Norm, it's your turn to speak. Okay, Norm, you're done speaking. Truth, it's your turn to speak. I don't want to have to do that. Can you guys regulate this?
Yes, I will respond. So there are 2 million Arabs living in Israel, fully integrated to every aspect of society, from shop to the Supreme Court to the Knesset. They have their own party. The Israeli laws do not discriminate in any way at all among different kinds of Israelis. Some Arabs say they have full faith, some Arabs don't. Next question. You're inaptly named. You should be untruth.
I swear to God, if I had a
Until you hit 10 miles.
What's your next
We'd all be rich and we'd all be hanging out in Israel and the whole situation would be cleared up and we'd be
I mean, you can be out in Israel anytime you want, but the thing is, they might go right now.
yeah, exactly. If I go on Flotilla Huntala, I can any type of, if I want to rub elbows with peaceful people that happen to be on the other side of the I never said Hamas. Don't be dishonest, Hari. Don't be dishonest, Hari. That's hard. That is a very argumentation hearing. I think that the civilians there who haven't harmed peaceful people, who haven't harmed Israelis, are peaceful people. Yes, I do.
So what about trying them? What about the same ones that held hostages in their houses, that spit on the bodies of people being brought over from Israel into Gaza? What about those? Are those okay too? Because they didn't harm anybody. They just spit on them.
Well, I mean, if they're like I said, are they harming people?
So you'll be okay if I brought a dead woman's body?
No. I was giving you that. I don't think that should have happened at all. I don't think that should have happened. I don't condone that behavior at all. I also don't condone it.
Do you think that they would accept you? Do you think that you would be able to walk into Gaza as an American woman and nothing would happen? You wouldn't make it a block.
That's a lie. So here's what
Wait. Not a lie. I was just there. It's not a lie. I don't care either. I literally find it on a map. You and I, truth. You couldn't find Israel on a map. If I asked you, I could find Israel on a map. That's correct. You couldn't find Israel on a map. That's correct. You couldn't find Israel on a map. True. Absolutely true. You don't want me to ask you right now. You don't want to. I mean, it's hard to lie to you. I have wit. I passed it maybe quarter. Okay, but do I have to make an ethnic origin? Because last I checked, that's not one of them. I'm not interested in ethnic origin.
Oh, so you can't say. This is how you know he's a problem.
Hold on, guys. No. You guys are doing the thing again. Take turns speaking. Literally, just take turns speaking. This means that when the other person is speaking, if one person is speaking, the other person should remain muted. This is not complicated stuff.
I will tell you. But the Israelis are the only people in human history who brought Africans out of Africa to freedom. The only one, and risked our lives to do it. It's not a lie. Name another people who did that.
Well,
You can't.
what the fuck?
Name another. Name another. You want to know why you can't? It just didn't happen. Because I checked my facts unlike you. Now, what's your next point? We're the only people in human history who lifted Africans out of Africa to freedom. Only once, and risked our lives to do it. Now, what's your next point?
Lord, let's spend $1,000 on this.
Just make your next point.
You said no.
Just make your next point unless you have other information.
You got to go on to your last point.
Who else did it? Who else did it, T-Monkey? Who else did it? Next point. No, make your next point. I already crushed it. Make your next
So
point.
you said no one has accepted African refugees from Israel.
No, I said we're the only people in human history who lifted Africans out of Africa to freedom rather than slavery. That's what I said.
So wait.
And risked our lives to do it.
He's trying to cover
And
your
risked our lives to do it. Okay.
He's trying to cover his
No,
ass.
I'm finished with him. He doesn't have. He knows.
He's trying to cover his ass.
It's not.
He's trying to cover his ass. Look at him.
I don't need to. I demand. What other country did it?
Why are you running?
What other country did it? What other country did it? None. Goodbye. We're done. No. Okay, he's too stupid for this conversation.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's a little bit of mediation. So, is there a reason why you're not responding to it more?
Because he keeps muting me.
No, hold on. Let me just say this. If you guys can't handle the mod badge
I'm not being allowed to apply.
I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to the mods, all of the mods. Do not mute this guy. If Norman's asking him a question, we want the guy to be able to reply. So, Norman, go ahead and ask your question again, and we'll get Jim to reply. And if he doesn't reply, then we'll...
Oh, no, I got the question.
Well, hang on, I'm asking my question.
He actually said
I'm asking my question.
Okay, let him ask his question. Norman, ask it.
You can have all the time you need. What other country in human history airlifted black folks out of Africa to freedom besides Israel?
Okay, so just before I answer the question, and do not interrupt me, please. Thank you, because you're controlling narrative and throughout the campus. One of the first things you said was Israel took in Ethiopians that were slaves. They weren't slaves. That's just fucking weird.
I never said that.
It's almost as if
I never said that. I never said that. It's not. I guess you don't even
Let me finish. The next thing you said is that they did them a favor. This is important. Anyone here, if you're bored, just Google Israel.
Everything we made them a favor. You're answering a question right now.
Americans did. They did like
No, Joe, I don't have to. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Let me finish.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Real quick. Norman,
I have a question.
Yeah, hold on. Real quick. We're going to make this very simple. Without any extra stank being put on it, just simply ask the question, then mute yourself, and then I will call upon Truth to answer the question.
Thank you, and I'm sorry you have to do this. What other country in human history airlifted black folks out of Africa to freedom rather than slavery, risking our lives?
Yeah, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, New Zealand, because we're talking about black refugees being resettled, right? So anyone like I was saying, resettling African refugees To be fair, I didn't actually know they were airlifted outside this little bit. I'll take that out. I'll take that out. I didn't know they were airlifted out. I'll take that. The reason why I did that, by the respectfully, I took that out. But how were those refugees treated once they arrived? Integrated into society like any they have a really controversy whatsoever. Well, there was 12 charges. 35 people received Depo-Provera, which is a birth control injection, and they were in refugee camps because rape was widespread, but it was debunked. Next question. I'm going to look into the debunking of it. I'm going to look into it. Any more? No, let's move on. Do you have any other points? Hold on, go fast. Yeah, you'll find it. Yeah. What's your next question? I'll find it. Yeah, it was debunked. What's your next question? I'm looking at that. Okay. Well, can we move on, Mojo? Just don't know anything about it. Like I said, you couldn't find Israel on a map. Nor could you find the so-called Palestine. Nor could you even name a city.
Hold on, I got a question for Truth. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm just reading about this one.
Yeah, so I just real quick, when people chant from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, what river are they referring to?
He's gotta Google it right quick. Bloody hell.
I didn't expect this. Bloody hell. You couldn't find it on a map. It's tragic. And by the way,
I'm trying another tab.
Okay, what's the river?
Jordan and Mediterranean, bro. Get out of here.
So we had to Google. Listen, hold on.
Another tab.
Hold on. Everyone needs to know. Everyone needs to something to listen. This is the test that you should give to people in real time. When they just start talking about Israel, you should just simply ask them. When they say the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, just simply ask them what river, what sea, and what you get is you get just where he pauses. It's even better. Hold on. It's even better when you do it face to face, where they don't get an opportunity to use the Google machine. Like the next time you meet people, just ask them. Don't ask them in an accusatory way. Just ask them like you are curious. Just say, hey, so what river are they talking about? What sea are they talking about? And then just laugh at the answers that they give you. Or laugh even more when they don't give you an answer.
Yeah, so anyway, what I was doing was reading about his claim that it was debunked. I don't know how the fuck I Googled something while reading something else. Anyway,
You said you are a different source.
hold on. I'm not gonna me to go find it.
You admitted it. You are a different
I
tab.
can't find it. Yeah, on a different tab, reading about what we were just discussing.
I know you're right. You didn't know, did you? Let's admit it. We didn't know. Let's admit it. Yeah, tell me what you got.
Bro, you guys test motherfuckers' patience. I just want the link.
You don't have anything.
Where is the debunking for them sterilizing Ethiopian women?
We'll have to find it.
You said no. You said it never happened. I
You got any other Mojo? Why are we doing this?
do it once. Debunking your lie.
Hold on. No, around.
Yeah.
Here. I'm just asking to have a little patience. The guy self-identified as a retard, so we have to be a little patient.
Jesus, God, give me patience anyway. Like I said, you made a claim that the Ethiopian Beta Israelites being airlifted to my credit, to your credit, I admitted that I actually didn't know they were airlifted. I just always assumed it was caravan or some shit. Now I know why you emphasize the fuck out of the word airlift. But regardless, I did know about the plan though. I did not know about the airlift, but regardless of that, the main contention was that when they got there, they were sterilized. Now, you told me that was debunked. I took it on face value because I just took the L on the airlift, so I said, hey, look, maybe I'm wrong. I go and look it up. I can't find a single fucking source debunking it, but I'm finding a bunch of sources verifying it. So if you would do me one last favor, and I'm sure if you, I don't know, maybe you want people thinking that Israel sterilized black people just because they're black?
No, you're a fucking lying anti-Semite. I don't want anybody to think like you. I
minority news publication.
There are many.
Jewish government.
You've been debunked.
This guy gave me Russian
Mojo.
to talk about Russia.
Hey guys, look, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move on. It's clear that look, this whole room. The title of the room is Bema Lectures to Jews about Zionism. I think this room's been kind of a letdown because I haven't heard anything that was educational. I'm looking for somebody, whether it's the self-identified retard or Bema who rejects the term, to continue to educate the Jews on the stage and in the room about Zionism. And honestly, I find it fascinating how much information you experts have on this topic. It's absolutely amazing, especially considering when asked what river, what sea.
No evidence Ethiopian women were forced to take birth control. That's in the chat. That's just one of many publications to debunk your lies, which are pathetic.
Okay, so find me one that's third party. Find me one that's not based in Tel Aviv.
What's the third party?
Find me.
Okay, Mojo. Read it first.
Yeah. Hold on, guys. How about this?
Yeah.
We're gonna kind of gently move past this topic. I'm gonna go ahead and just ask a question, and it has nothing to do with Israel. It has nothing to do with Palestine. I want to shift gears a little bit and see where the room is at, because this other topic, people kind of shift gears. There's a lot of intellectual inconsistency here. I want to ask about the conflict that's happening between Russia, Ukraine. What do you guys think happened there? Anybody want to take a poke at what happened there? Because this is one that fascinates me, because I see people, like, when I look at these two conflicts, for me personally, I see Russia invaded Ukraine, ergo Russia bad, retaliatory force good, ergo Ukraine doing what they need to do. If you go into the Israel conflict with Hamas is a terrorist group. They attacked Israel's civilians, women and children. They still have hostages to this day. Ergo, Hamas committed the act of aggression, and the retaliatory force, the righteous retaliatory force, is being used by the IDF. And I see these things pretty black and white. But I also see people that are, you can be pro-Israel and then pro-Russia, or any combination thereof. And I'd like to talk about that thing. Norm, why do you think there are people in the U.S. and in the West that can look at those two situations and end up on the wrong side of either of those? And specifically, I want to start transitioning this conversation into Russia, Ukraine, but is there a reason why you think people in the West have a problem calling out naked?
And people have a weird obsession, as we've just seen, based on moronic inability to think. They have weird obsessions about Jews. It's been around for thousands of years, all these myths and lies. Oh, you killed Jesus. Oh, you killed God. Oh, you used Christian babies' blood to make monsters. Oh, not that you risked your life to save your Ethiopian brother. Oh, you gave them birth control. One bunch of bullshit after another. Just endless bullshit. By the way, only people in human history that lifted black folks out of Africa to freedom rather than slavery. Did Truth ever say thank you? He took an L. He didn't say thank you, or he didn't say I was wrong. No. So why? Because people have a weird, sick obsession. And by the way, I figured out why they have this obsession, Mojo. Especially folks who have been oppressed and suffered slavery themselves, like us. It's because they see the redemption in our narrative. The once we were slaves and now we're free. That song is written about the Jews who were enslaved in Egypt. It's a gospel song. we were blind, now I can see. They make a mistake in their brain thinking that the story must be about them. It's not enough that this beautiful story, our Torah, applies to them as it applies to every human being. Yes, your suffering has meaning, but something clicks in some people's minds, like people in this room, and they think that they have to be us. And so they hate themselves, and they take that self-hate and focus on us and say, you're not the real thing, we're the real thing. Even though it's just an absurd contention. It's like a personality disorder. Then they'll tell you what you think and feel in order to avoid admitting what their own low self-esteem and sense of worthlessness. That was a bit of a psychological lecture. I should publish that.
I see. Okay. Anybody else on the stage want to tell me when they look at the Russia-Ukraine conflict, who they see as the aggressor? Anybody want to answer that? Bima, I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on who the aggressor is with Russia-Ukraine.
Always the state. It's always the state. Russia wouldn't be able to do what it was able to do without the violent back force of the state. They're not a bunch of Russians that are so pissed off that a few Ukrainians wanted to live the way that they wanted to live, declare independence however many years ago. They didn't give a shit. They're just following orders like the sheep that they are to do government and daddy says. And that's the collectivist disease. It's always the government. These aren't people warring back and forth. This isn't a civil war.
So you would agree that it's the tyrants, Putin, that invaded Ukraine. You'd agree with that?
I'd say, of course, but more so, right? Putin didn't go by himself. He wasn't just this person born to the planet with all of this military power, right? He got it. How did he get it? Through belief. People, a fucking superstition. A bunch of people believe that he has some authority and they're just going to follow and do what he says. So they're going to go and harm innocent people and violate other people who are just trying to live. It's what it is. Always a government. Always a government.
Kind of sounds like the one Hamas did to Israel.
Yeah, I would agree.
Oh, you agree on that? Interesting.
No,
absolutely. 15 minutes ago.
You just didn't listen, Harry. More Harry argumentation. I'll tell you what. Hamas should have a lot.
Official term, Harry argumentation.
Harry, I like that too. I like it. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't like it for the reasons why you like it, but I find Harry to be very. He's got a common sense approach to these things. Like if somebody commits an act of terrorism, he calls them terrorists. And if somebody kills a terrorist, he says, yeah, that was probably the right thing to do. I think Harry argumentation is rooted in common sense.
No, what should have happened, Harry, is as soon as people, whoever they might be, IDF, whatever entity began building a wall, Palestinians should have fucking turned around and slaughtered them right there as soon as they started to put them in and tell them that they couldn't live free as free people and travel peacefully. Take them off. Take it right there. And I would have been right fucking there. I also would have been right fucking there with that day on October 7th when these Hamas, these terrorists came in and decided to harm innocent people. Those innocent people were the people who created these blockades, who are starving, who are sending the war, who are sending the rockets, and who are destroying the infrastructure. No. It's the individuals, and the Palestinians should have taken every motherfucker out. That peaceful protest that happened before October 7th for 8 months, bullshit. Every single IDF, I don't give a shit, that stood there, that blockaded them, told them they couldn't get food, take them out. As soon as they said, oh, I'm going to put a gun to your head, I have inherent moral authority over you. I'm going to tell you when you can move and what you can do and how you can get aid. Other people take them out. I'll tell you about the flotillas as well. The flotillas coming, peaceful people coming to aid other peaceful people in exchange. IDF, those people should be taken the fuck out. The IDF, take them the fuck out, right? You don't interfere with peaceful people.
You keep repeating yourself, but everything you said is actually wrong. If you actually know the history about what was going on over there for the past 60 years, you would realize why there was a wall put up in the first place. I don't know if you've ever heard about the first Intifada or the second Intifada, but that was pretty much the primary reason that why there was a fucking wall in the first place. Second of all, the people in Gaza had the right to freely go into Israel and work into Israel, make money inside of Israel. And who do you think was supplying Gaza with electricity, water? Who do you think was supplying? You think it was their own infrastructure?
As soon as you tell somebody that...
No, of course it matters. Of course it matters. You didn't let me finish.
Sure, go ahead,
So
Jerry.
the first Intifada and the second Intifada, people were Palestinians who are... Hamas are Palestinians, by the way. I don't know who you think Hamas are. They're just some random people in Gaza that they're Palestinians. That's who they are, first of all. They would go inside of Israel. They would kill people, family, little kids. This is way before October. This is years and years ago. They would go on to, you can look this up. There was a story of a Palestinian terrorist. You can call him Hamas, you can call him Palestinian terror, whatever you want to call him. Went onto a bus, a city bus that was taking kids to school and blew up the fucking bus as a suicide bomber and killed the innocent kids. And this was just one instance out of many. That was during the first Intifada, the second Intifada, which was the reason why the Israeli government decided, hey, we need to put a wall up, we need to make sure this is regulated. People can't just keep coming inside and out of Israel without being checked to see if they have any bombs on them, weapons on them to come and commit terrorist attacks. So it's not just like, let's just put up a wall just to put up a wall. There was a reasoning for it, right? So maybe if you actually understand the reasoning behind things, you would realize why that happened. It's not just because we wanted to put up a wall for fun, okay?
Right, yeah, that's what I hear. But my issue is, what year was the wall put up, do you know?
I don't know. I can go look that up. I have no idea exactly what it was because it wasn't just a 1 year thing. It was over time they did that. So
The security wall was a response to the Intifada, like you say, Harry.
That's right. See, El Normo knows. He knows.
Wait,
So in 2007, right? El
I
Normo.
didn't even know what
Yeah,
the Intifada was.
Hold on. I know how listen. What? That's hilarious. We could. Do you understand? You could just keep going back though. You go with the second Intifada, the first Intifada, and then what happened before that? Then the Lebanon War, and then what happened before that? The Yom Kippur War, all around the same time. Wait, we could go back. Yeah.
The Yom Kippur War wasn't against Palestinians, by the way.
What happened before that?
Wait, why don't you start with one topic at a time? It's like ADD over here.
Yeah, but hold on. But this sort of talk. Then you just keep going back. You had the Lebanon insurgency. Then before that, you had the war, 6-day war. Before that, you had the.
One at a time, people. One at a time. Okay. You mentioned.
Can I finish this up with Harry real quick?
But you're just rambling around. Like, take one point at a time. Yom Kippur War in 1973 was a sneak attack on the holiest Jewish day of the year in an attempt to wipe out Israel. What point are you making about it?
Why did that happen? Why did that
Because
happen?
they told us why. They wanted to wipe out Israel. They said it.
Who attacked who, specifically?
Syria and Egypt attacked Israel.
Syria and Egypt attacked Israel.
And I think the Yom Kippur War is famous.
I mean, I learned
Before
more.
that, we don't know Abby, so listen. And by the way, they had way more tanks than we did, and they almost achieved it. We fought it out on the Golan Heights, which is why when we took the Golan Heights and beat them, it's a freaking miracle, by the way. I remember two air
Palestinians. Like, she just bringing stuff up that's honestly really irrelevant to what the conversation was about.
Of course it does. Of course it does, because it's all, you don't think that it's all connected? You don't think that how okay.
How is it connected if it's nation, sovereign nation attacking Israel?
Why? You could answer your own question. Why was it that they attacked Israel specifically?
Because they don't want it to exist.
They said it. They said it in words. They want to wipe us out.
If you were to read an historical, an Israeli.
Bima. One word. Genocide was their reason. Genocide. They said it in so many words. They want to wipe us out. That's genocide. Now, what are you telling? You want to excuse that? I thought you liked it. I thought you didn't like it when they attacked peaceful people.
So you're saying,
Yeah.
That giggle.
Tried to commit to.
Hold on. Can I say what that giggle represented? That giggle represented El Normo. That's a really good point, and I don't know what to say. Beeman.
Well, no, to be honest, it's slightly disingenuous because yes, and I here let me meet you in the middle before I make you think I'm an enemy. So we're innocent Jewish people being attacked, settlers, etc. Yes, but from the perspective,
There were no settlers.
hold on, that's what I'm saying. From the perspective of the Arabs, they just watched people get displaced and lose their land. And
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They were expanding. They were expansionists. They wanted to conquer a sovereign nation and wipe out all the people in a genocide. They said it.
Yeah, they were very hateful. It's disgusting. I of course that's true.
There was no settlers.
Well,
You still don't know the map. You know where there is. You know where the Golan Heights are. Well, why don't you take your little map and go now and look at it?
that's not northern Israel.
Look at it on a map. So where were the
That's
settlers?
Lebanon right there. But wait,
Where were the settlers? You really don't know what you're talking about. You literally.
oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying there were no settlers.
These people don't understand that.
Direct region. I'm not talking about.
You've never seen a map. You never took 2 seconds to look at a
I
map.
literally know the. Okay, anyway, I'm not talking about.
You literally know what? What do you literally know?
The specific states in the area, the formation of the Middle East. I don't
think you do.
That's very.
I don't think. Okay. Yeah. Let me show how. Let me figure out how wrong you are.
Disrespectful. I just wish you'd calm down a bit. Like it's weird.
Well, no, this is the way I am. You have to get used to it.
I know
This is the way I order eggs in the morning.
I'll give you that. That's true.
This is the way I order eggs in the morning.
I believe it.
I was just as nasty to the white supremacists the other day.
I believe it. I've seen you with your friends, and they literally tell you they complain just like I do. So
You're welcome to complain, but you know what? I hate to say this.
at least it's not personal.
The girls love it, by the way. I don't know why, but they do. They're drawn to like nasty guys like me. Anyway, so when is Judea and Samaria, which Jordanian colonists called the West Bank, which is ridiculous. There's no Jordan has no business being there. When Judea and Samaria were occupied, right? Who did we occupy it from, if you know? Truth. And when
you said I actually don't know. Sorry.
Jordan.
Do you need to know any more?
Wow, I'm shocked.
No?
He said that he didn't know something.
You don't know the region. You don't understand the geography. You haven't seen a map. Jordan attacked Israel in 1967. Up until then, they maintained domination of our holiest site, which is called the Kotel, the wall of the western wall of the temple. And when they attacked in 1967, Israel begged them not to attack. They did anyway because they didn't want to lose faith among the other Arab nations. It was Egypt to the west. It was Syria to the north, and it was Jordan to the east. Jordan attacked, and they lost.
And it's interesting to note that while Jordan, quote unquote, occupied Judea and Samaria, they also destroyed like almost 60 Jewish temples. They looted and completely desecrated holy grounds to the territory. And when Israel took over after the war in 67, right, when they took it back in 67, they allowed the Waqf to maintain control of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. They didn't destroy anything.
That's correct. The WAQF, W-A-Q-F. That's right. That's the religious authority.
Yeah.
You probably didn't know this either, Truth. Did you know that these so-called Palestinians had Jordanian passports? I don't know what makes them Palestinian. They had Jordanian passports. So I got another one for you.
Hold on, I just triple checked. I knew I was right. So Israel had begun settling in those territories in the Sinai Peninsula.
What territories?
In the Sinai Peninsula and
we were talking about Syria.
I'm talking about back when we were talking about the
Sinai Peninsula. There were no settlers for them to attack. There were no settlers in the Golan. We're talking about Syria.
The Golan Heights that's Syria. That's right next.
That's north. You said Sinai Peninsula. Settlers up there.
Hold on, so if I'm not mistaken,
Israeli farm.
The 6-Day War happens. They capture that territory. To be fair, hey, they took it in war. They attacked them. But to be fair, they also attacked because that was when they first came and took the land in the first place. So that was a response.
Who took what land?
From my understanding, the WZO negotiated with the Ottomans and the British to secure.
Dude, who took what land? What are you talking about?
The Zionists purchased what we would consider Israel, modern day Israel.
What do you mean?
And they displaced 700,000.
Israel was created on May 14th, 1948.
And I guess you never heard of the UN partition plan either.
That's what I'm describing right now. No, it was a purchase agreement before. You don't even trust me.
Okay,
it was
talking about
by 1920. No, people think Israel was 1940. It was like 19. Norm, you know it, right? Was it like 1920?
Don't try to get me on your side.
Hold on. Well, no, I
don't know what you're talking about. You literally.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Everyone, hold on.
You know I'm
wrong. And everyone holding on includes people that self-identify as retards. So I just want to ask this question. Truth. When you think about the conflict between Israel and Hamas and this idea of Palestinians or this imaginary place of Palestine, would you consider yourself, like, scale from 1 to 10, 10 being a fucking expert on the history of this conflict, and then 1 being you know nothing at all? Where would you rank yourself on a scale from 1 to 10 on your knowledge of it?
I'll give 2 scales. 1, a personal scale, 2, a public scale. Because, like, most people probably are, like, really functioning as, like, a 0. And compared to them, they would think, like, a 6. But by my own standard, like, a 4.
Yeah. You're 4. Okay. Got it. So, I would just say this, right? Considering you didn't know what river, I'm going to be kind to you. Listen, I'm going to be very kind to you, and I'm going to say that your estimation of a 4 is an overestimation. I'm not going to say if I think you're a 1. Hold on. I'm not going to say you're a 1. I'm not going to say you're a 2. I'm not going to say you're a 3. Hold on. Listen, I'm talking. Listen, I get it. Self-identified retards.
You said 1948. I said the 1920. The Balfour.
Is there a reason why you don't understand that I was the one speaking? You're trying to interrupt me. I'm not going to let you do that. I don't let self-identified retards have an excuse to interrupt me. You can just stay silent.
I just have to reply.
You will absolutely get a chance to reply. I like it when self-identified retards reply to what I have to say. It's amusing to me. So let me just finish. You said that this is your score, that you're about a 4 expert on this conflict. I'm going to say that based on what I've heard today, considering you don't know what river it was, that you were probably less than a 4. and I'm not even going to score it 1, 2, or 3. I'm just going to let your imagination, decide where I might rank you on the scale. What I would also like to ask is a question, and you will get to reply, but just a quick question. Norm, when you think of this conflict, the history of Israel, Hamas, and these claims made by the imaginary group of people called Palestinians, would you consider yourself on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 knowing nothing, 10 knowing everything? Where would you rank yourself, Norm?
7.
Excellent. I would say that is probably an underestimation, because I think you have a very good understanding of this stuff. And by the way, when who the hell am I to decide this stuff? Listen, I observe stuff. I read everything. When I talk to people that are genuine historians about this stuff, it seems like while there are definitely opinions that may vary, when it comes to the facts, I think Norm is very strong with the facts, and I think truth. What I would encourage you to do, and I promise you're going to get to reply, what I would encourage you to do is do some study, figure out what river, figure out what sea, figure out who the Palestinians are, what their lineage is, because you tried to explain it earlier and you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. I would just ask you to do a lot of research and then come back to the room with what resembles facts, and then have a good faith conversation with Norm.
Thank you for giving me a chance to reply. So everything I said was correct. I was talking about the genetic lineage of, I was asked, like, what is a Palestinian? I said, well, they're a descendant of the...
Wait, hold on, Truth. I was just going to ask Roger, do you remember what he answered when you... Because I remember, I almost remember word for word what his answer was. Do you remember what he...
Yeah, he went off on this weird tangent about Canaanites.
No, he didn't. Okay, wrong.
No, actually,
Okay,
he did. Bima, why would you... Okay, listen, Bima, you're not going to interrupt the self-identified retard. This is ableism, Bima, so I had to move you down to the audience so you don't commit acts of ableism. But no, Truth, I'm going to give you the self-identified retard. I'm going to give you the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, when I spoke about the Levant, and I even said then, I was like, I'm not some expert from off the top of the head. Like, they're descendants of people from the Levant. They have more genetic ancestry to the region than the modern day Israeli does on average. It's mostly like what Sephardic Jews. Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews are from like Spain. So anyway, no, that's been proven. I can get.
No, it hasn't been. The opposite has been proven.
There's more that I have to reply.
The opposite has been proven.
There's more that I have to reply to, because I was treated, and in fact, I kind of have a bone to pick with you, because I asked you to come in and verify what I was saying, because I wasn't wrong, and because
you were wrong.
Your narrative.
You're wrong about every single thing you said.
No. You gotta let me finish. You got this Balfour Declaration, right? In 1917.
Are we turning over?
This is
what is it that you said that you were right about?
Stop. You gotta let me finish. I promised a chance to finish.
True. So what did you say that you think you were right about?
Because you got mentioned, you don't need to jump in real fast.
What did you say that you're claiming you were right about?
Please. What you're about to
do? No, I'm trying to understand.
It's hard for me to think. I can't hear you. Please, bro.
Okay, so just listen to me. What did you say that you were...
Please.
So you weren't right about it, right?
No, I'm asking you to stop interrupting me. I can't hear you and think.
So don't make false statements and you won't hear me.
Cool. Okay, whenever you're right. Whatever, please. Okay. So like I was saying, right? The thing I mentioned was the Balfour Declaration in 1917, and I think this is actually a great piece of history, because I think it's a beautiful moment in history for Jews. I don't think it's something it's not bad. I'm not bringing it up as a gotcha.
Well, what do you have to do?
I'm just expressing my perspective on the history.
Everybody knows about it. What is your point?
I think actually the way they were treated is horrible. I think anyone with common decency and reads the history is kind of nuts, right? Because there's a lot of people. Please stop interrupting me. There's a ton of anti-Semitism on the rise in the world. There's a ton of anti-Semitism on the rise in the... Oh my fucking God, no.
Yeah. So what point do you want to make about
Let me
Balfour?
talk, bro. Mojo literally promised I'd get to reply to him, and you have not shut up yet.
I mean, you're not rebutting him. You're just wasting everybody's
I'm not
time.
talking to you, Norm. I'm
You're not rebutting him.
I'm
You're not
replying to
rebutting
him.
him.
Just like we can demolish him after he replies. Go ahead.
This isn't anything.
Bro, this isn't the Norm show.
Yeah, it is actually.
I know that's how you think.
You're wrong about that
I know
too.
you're a narcissist. But
What do you want to say about? No, you're the narcissist. I mean,
Okay,
what do
so
you
we
want to
go
say
on
about?
mute for 5
What
seconds.
do you want to say about Balfour?
Thank you. And no, I think this is important because I think this is where people can at least agree and meet in the middle, right?
So far, nothing you said is important.
Cool, love you. Anyway, so there's a fuck ton of anti-Semitism. Jews were no longer feeling safe in various countries that they had the largest concentration, sadly. And so they begin to talk about it. This is where you get Zionism, and it wasn't even always originally going to be that area. But the
Zionism has existed for thousands of years. That's not where you get Zionism.
Yeah, I know. Zionism is the idea of a Zion. But I'm talking about like the secular Zionism, even like the treating it like
It wasn't secular. It wasn't secular. You're just throwing
Well, what I mean hold on. What I mean is, you know what I'm talking about. They literally created.
No, I don't. Nobody does. Especially you.
I'm blanking on his name now. He literally said we need a secular variant of Zionism. He specifically said it, and he was correct. No, hold on, please stop. Let me just say what I'm saying, because it was important that happens, and that's how you start getting it. You have the first Aliyah, the second Aliyah, and then sadly, of course, the third, which is like, and then that. After that's the Holocaust, and then you get the millions come. And so I'm super sympathetic to the Jews going to that area, immigrating to that area. I don't look at them as like these bad, nasty people. That's not the thing. I'm not an anti-Semite. That's why I hate that I kept getting called an anti-Semite.
What
I'm saying is,
you say a lot of anti-Semitic nonsense.
No,
based on ignorance.
So when they
hold on. I want to intervene real quick. Two things. Norm, you're going to have to let the self-identified retard finish his points. We're going to have to be even more, just patient, because he's self-identified. I do not want Kitover to come out of this room that we're being ableist, so I definitely need you, Norm, to allow the guy to speak. But the other thing I wanted to say about this is that you can use anti-Semitic tropes and not be anti-Semite. The real test of that is when an educated Jew or even an educated person on the topic corrects you. If you continue to use the anti-Semitic tropes after it's brought to your attention that it's anti-Semitic, then you might be an anti-Semite. And so I will forgive people that use anti-Semitic tropes, because many people don't know that they're anti-Semitic tropes. But once you're confronted with the truth, if you reject it and continue to use the tropes, then you get the smoke.
If I even touch that, that's a whole new can of worms. So I'm just, oh my god. I just reject the idea I ever said an anti-Semitic trope. But
pretty much everything you said was.
No, Norm, you're going to let him speak.
Oh, sorry, you're right.
He's going to get 3 minutes uninterrupted, followed by 3 minutes of Norm uninterrupted.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I'll try to make it as fast as possible. So yeah, you have the British Mandate, the Balfour Declaration, the Zionists successfully getting Britain to express support to create a national home, the negotiation with the Ottomans, the Aliyah series, which is like, I think there was 5 of them. The third one was the nasty one after World War I. No, there was another one after that from Poland that was pretty bad, because like the anti-Semitism was getting on the rise. And then the biggest Aliyah was the one just before the Holocaust. And then the Holocaust, when like 1 million came. And so the region that they were immigrating to just started ballooning in concentration, which is, from a sympathetic stance, good, because now Jews are given the opportunity to have their own land where they're more safe from the anti-Semitism, which was real, as proven by the Holocaust. But for the locals in the area, all they saw was colonizers using their wealth and adjacency to colonial powers to like kind of imperially land grab, right? And to be fair, this is why I think nuance is always important. It's probably a bit of both. it's really naive to assume that all these, as millions of Jews are moving there, none of them are looking at this as a huge financial opportunity and possibly causing, let's say, discomfort to their neighbors. Now, that being said, nothing that they were doing, in my opinion, justifies the level of crazy racism they experienced. Like that whole behind every rock, behind every book. Like, no, it's a religious kind of hatred that's going on. So I'm not trying to downplay that. I have my own experience with racism as a Black person, so I can't imagine what that is. I have Jewish people in my family. I've always been very sympathetic to that. I'm not trying to downplay that at all. But I think what happened is, at some point, the Jews became they were the winner. The 6 Day War is crazy, and that's another thing. I'm probably running out of time, so let me make sure I read this up. The 6 Day War is another example of like they did not have that coming. That's insane. They almost got genocided, and in a miraculous, as Norm was talking about, in a miraculous turn of events, they dominated. They secured new territory from people attacking them, which is just badass. I just think that's such a badass thing. And historically, if you go to war, you conquer territory, you don't have to give it up. They gave up some of it. They didn't have to. They kept less than they gave back in an attempt to get peace. It didn't work. Like 20 to 15 years later, the same states tried again, the Yom Kippur, and it just shows that there was really a high level of hostility to them, and nothing they were doing was like successful in creating fair treatment. But again, now from the other side, from the flip side, the Arabs were mad from the beginning from the UN partition plan. Right now, to be fair, there was violence against Jews before the partition plan, but it escalated dramatically after the partition plan because it gave all the port access and the fertile farmland and the historical, like, relevant territory to the Jewish state. And it gave the Arab state just like the mountains and the dry desert and the shit that no one really wanted. And this is demonstrable. Like there's like Tel Aviv is beautiful, for example, with port access. But anyway, so the point, but realistically, that doesn't justify the crazy level of hatred and evil. And so even that is not to say, oh, this means they can genocide you. No, it's sick, but these are the things that got the world to be sympathetic with the Palestinians. That's why liberals are associated with feeling sympathetic to them. Because at some point, Israel became so successful that they were punished for their success, which is not fair to them. But that's not what we see today. What we see is people in hunger. So that's why it's like, when we talk about the history of Israel, I'm not even against any of the... anytime you've disagreed with me, it has to have been discussing like modern... because obviously Hamas is a terrorist state. I don't even really see them. But at the same time, the Palestinians alive today have nothing to do with Hamas. Like, realistically, they don't.
Actually, 70% of them support Hamas or more. I think that's your 3 minutes. You're just wrong about everything you said.
I'm wrong about everything you said.
Okay. Everything you said. I'll just take a few most recent things. Tel Aviv was a malarial swamp. A pestilential malarial swamp. Undesirable. Israelis went there penniless, not rich, penniless, and lived in tents and drained the swamp and built Tel Aviv. Check. 1/3 or more of Israel is desert. I know you don't know this. We didn't get the advantageous land. It was desert. We made the desert bloom. Like it says in the Torah, we made the desert bloom. I was just there. It is desert, and we're growing stuff there because we created innovative agricultural techniques. Check. The Arabs got 22 nations and all of the oil. Almost all the land, maybe 1,000 times what the Jews got. Almost all the land and all of the oil. Check, check, check. The Balfour Declaration was not the deciding factor in the Jews returning home. The end of empire no such thing as a Palestinian in those days. Certainly there was no movement for the Palestinians to have a country. But the British said, okay, you're indigenous, you guys don't get along with each other, you have this land over here, you have that land over there. And then they got down to their real business of making sure that they had good deals with all the sheikhs who owned the lands with the oil, because that's what they were really after. And pretty soon, because the Arabs got pissed off, they blocked the emigration of refugees from the Holocaust to the land of Israel. They blocked it because they wanted to please their Arab oil partners, and so they became almost enemies. And finally, we finished the business of kicking them out of Israel. And by the way, we remain allies with them. They're good allies. They were also allied with the Arabs, by the way. They're the ones that trained the Jordanians to attack us from the east. So your view of Israeli history has been infected by anti-Semitic tropes and anti-Israel, and trying to sweeten it with a sprinkle of sugar with, I know the Holocaust was awful. Yes, I know. People love dead Jews. That's right. Once we have our own country with an army and begin to defend ourselves and defend our borders, and once we begin to go and get our hostages from these barbarians, people don't like us anymore. That's okay. We don't need to be liked. We'd rather be alive and disliked or resented than dead and pitied. That's what Golda Meir said.
I don't disagree with everything you're saying, but I think some of it's being exaggerated. For example, the agricultural presence was actually already existing.
Where?
Okay, so when you're getting the coastal plains, the Jordan Valley, really?
We didn't get it. Jordan took it. Keep going.
You didn't get the Jordan Valley in the partition plan?
Jordan took it.
Oh, I didn't know that. So you took it in the...
I know you didn't know that. I'm very aware that you didn't know that.
Well, no, hold on. Okay, I'm allowed to get educated. Anyway, so you took it in the 6-Day War? Oh, that's pretty badass. No, okay, that's pretty bad.
They got the east side of the river, we got the west side of the river. Hence, the Jordanians, not Palestinians, call it the West Bank. The Palestinians call it the Dafa, the territories, and Israel calls it, and now the United States call it Judea and Samaria. So update your address, folks. It's Judea and Samaria. No more West Bank. The king of Jordan is not from the region. He's from Saudi Arabia. He's a Hashemite. He's a cousin of the House of Saud. Again, I don't resent him at all, but he's certainly not indigenous to Jordan.
Okay, so you know what? I'm probably okay. So I'm willing to concede on a lot of things that have to do with the history and the veracity of the territory and the Jewish expansion, because the truth is there was so much hatred towards them in the region. It just and when you said I was educated and infected with anti-Semitism, there probably is some truth to that. Not because I literally think I'm an anti-Semite, or I think the sources in which I was educated were anti-Semitic, but the world is in largely anti-Semitic. So it's kind of like a fish in water. And that's kind of how everything is when it comes to society and culture. That's not unique to Jews. And I, as a black person, am very sympathetic to that. So I can actually kind of conceptualize that. But in line with that same pattern of thinking, I also kind of see the flip side where I think you're very defensive. Where you like, okay, so for example, you said that region wasn't called Palestine, or literally it was.
I didn't say that. I said the Ottoman Turks didn't call it that. They held the region for 400 years, or maybe 500. By the way, are you really Ethiopian?
Yeah, my grandmother's side. My father's mother.
You know, you treated the Jews of Ethiopia very, very badly. You had to rescue them at this point. I have no offense to you,
There's a lot of contention there, so we can have that conversation.
No contention whatsoever. They were persecuted. That's why we had to rescue them. They were treated horribly.
You're saying Ethiopian Jews were persecuted by the Ethiopian government?
No, by the Ethiopian people of Ethiopia and the Sudanese. Yeah. Well, I mean, ethnically, you should. Jesus, we don't know. Nobody speaks Amharic in your family, right?
My grandma's passed like 3 years ago, so.
Well, she should rest in peace.
Thank you. Didn't Rome refer to the area as Palestine?
Rome, that's a European word, Palestine. Romans are European, so they slapped that name on it as a way of trying to dominate the Jews that they were fighting against. It's just a colonial term.
Right, that's the
I do believe were they called the Philistines?
yeah, Philistines.
That's like that seems to be different people, but Palestinians can't say the word Palestine. They don't have the peace out.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're called the Philistines.
Yeah, Philistines. Yeah, Philistines.
It's the European term. It's a colonial term.
So I only say that to say that that region has been referred to with that.
Not by the Ottomans.
Philistine.
Not modern. I don't know how much. I mean, you can go back 2,000 years, but it wasn't called that by the Ottomans. They had Sanjuks, which were little areas of government, like Syria, Transjordan. I'm telling you, there was almost nothing there. Mark Twain wrote about it. There were a few guys. There were Bedouins. They didn't have. It wasn't like they had civilization or anything.
Okay. Yeah, and I kind of meet you in the middle on the because I remembered you just made the point that they weren't really fighting for a national identity at the time. The people in the region.
Ever.
They weren't fighting for one, but they had.
So they didn't have a national identity. There was no king. There was no queen. There was no president. There was no government. There was no national identity.
They tried.
Hold on, but
They did not try.
They tried.
They did
Yeah,
not
they
try.
hold on. Well, specifically, did they not try? What was the Arab Congress when they were rejecting the Balfour Declaration?
No, there wasn't even a so-called Palestinian representative at that Arab Congress.
Well, no, his point
At
is
the Arab what? Oh my God!
There were not.
How can you say there was no?
There was not even a Palestinian representative at the Arab.
El Normo, Herzl himself refers to the area as Palestine.
You just changed the subject because I just refused.
No.
Because
you're saying something where now I have to fact check it because I'm not going to be dishonest. So I'm going to go and make sure that there. What was it you said? You said there were no Arab. No,
I said there was no Palestinian representative at the Arab Congress. There was no interest in a Palestinian state at that time.
There was no Palestinian. Okay, all right. Let's see.
I mean, the Arabs didn't want like a caliphate.
Let's see if I'm wrong.
Please do.
I didn't think the Arabs like being called Palestinian at that time. If I'm remembering correctly, if I get my history right. So
There were no Palestinians at the time. They weren't called that. They were called Arabs. That time, by the way, they allied with Adolf Hitler. The Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Hajj al-Husseini, formed an alliance with Adolf Hitler because he didn't like coming to the Arab part of the world, coming back to our homeland, and he formed commandos in Egypt, and that sort of remnant of Nazism exists in Egypt to this day. They formed like this corps. He was on the payroll of Hitler for 2 years, Hajj al-Husseini. He was in Europe working in propaganda. The kind of propaganda that you guys have swallowed and that you now repeat, it was early on engineered by Goebbels in Nazi Germany and adopted by Hajj al-Husseini, who worked for him for years. And then came to Egypt and formed this. But then Germany was defeated, and those commandos in Egypt were. I think they were called Eisenstadt Corps. I have to go look up. I don't really know German. And they published. They spread the book Mein Kampf, the anti-Semitic text Mein Kampf in Egypt, which still sells very well today. There. There was no we want to have a Palestinian state. Remember, they were that word in edgewise here.
I appreciate the conversation thing. I've learned a lot. Don't agree on everything, but I do feel as though I've shifted a lot. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, Captain. I would provide my assess my understanding. My understanding of the history of Israel and my depth of understanding of the current conflict at about 3. But what I heard, I came in fairly late, but I did hear Truth's 3-minute dissertation. I would say that arguing with Norm about the history of the state of Israel would be like me arguing with Kissinger about the history of the United States. Now, I'm not saying Norm is at the level of Kissinger, but in terms of his...
Hello.
Hi, this is Candace with the Department of Employment Security. Is this John?
Yes.
Hi, I was just giving you a call about an unemployment claim that you've reopened. Do you have just a moment?
Yep.
Okay. Before I discuss the claim, can I have you verify your date of birth?
11/6/82.
All right, thank you. So the reason I'm calling is you had opened up a claim back in March, and there wasn't any new information on the claim. So I was just calling to confirm that your last day of work was May 22nd of 24, and that you've not had any new employment since then.
No, actually, it's based on the letter I received from IRS. My last day of employment was May 30th, 2025.
When was the last day you were physically there to work?
Well, a lot of it is remote, so I have an ongoing employee EEO complaint, which is tied to the unemployment claim. So to my technical last day.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying my technical last day with the agency, where I received an actual termination letter was May 30th, 2025. And the last physical time that I was on site was last year, in May of last year. But I've been, technically working remote.
Okay. So if you've been working remote, when was the last day you actually worked?
I think it was May 30th of 2024.
Okay. Right. So whenever you had filed the claim back in March, there would have been an interview scheduled in regards to your separation from them, and it looks like you were denied benefits based on that separation. So in order to qualify for unemployment benefits,
it's a new basis of separation. That's what I'm claiming. So I'm technically filing a new and separate claim.
So it's still the same.
It's not, because I have.
Day of work.
Well, it's technically not, because I'd have to send you the letter they sent me if you really want to see it.
Okay. What I would maybe do is just go ahead and send in the appeal to that particular issue that was addressed back in April. Just state that you're appealing that decision and send in that letter, and then we would have to schedule it to be looked at to see if we need an administrative law judge to get a telephone hearing scheduled.
Okay, so where do I mail the appeal to? Can I do it online?
You can actually do it online. There is an appeal form. If you want to use it, you can. If you don't, you can just handwrite it or type it out. You just want to state that you disagree with that particular issue number, and I can give you the issue number.
Okay, what is that?
Okay, it's 006.
Wait, hold on one second.
6. Okay.
Okay, 006.
602.
Okay.
And the letter A, and that's specific to your separation from them.
Okay.
And then there was a deny of benefits on a different issue as well. This issue number is 007 500, and the letter C is in cat. And that decision was based on whether you're able and available for work. So you would want to go ahead and appeal that too, because those are both holding up benefits on the claim.
Okay. All right.
And then again, just send that in. And what I'll do, since it's technically a reopened claim, I'll backdate this by a couple weeks so that you can certify this week. So it'll be just a second here while I do that.
And when I file this appeal, I can just log into the portal and submit the appeal in there.
You can. You're just going to go to the option that has you upload a document,
Okay.
and you can upload it right there.
Okay.
And then as far as this claim, that the file that you just reopened, you would have technically certified yesterday since I backdated it. But what you do is you'll just certify Thursday, because Thursdays and Fridays are makeup days.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's what I needed. Did you have any questions for me while you had me on the phone?
No, that's it. I appreciate your help.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good day.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Article from the BBC where the IDF admitted they mistakenly shot 6 children waiting for water. They died from airstrike while waiting in line for water. That was on the 13th.
BBC. Great source.
So what are sources I should be respecting?
Go to Twitter. There is a handle that's called Gaza Wood or Pallywood. You are a student.
It don't matter. I like discounts. Don't be mad because I save money. What the hell? Talk of change.
You engage in illegal activity to save that out.
It's not illegal.
This is just a based on religious hatred towards Jews. You can see that all around the world. Just look at it. I believe in Muslim. Just look at what is happening to Christians in Mozambique. What is happening to Christians in Nigeria? What is happening to Christians in Pakistan? They are being eliminated.
Yeah, I saw that in Nigeria. Yeah, I saw that.
So the same thing is happening with the Jews. If you read the scriptures of Islam, you will find that there is a lot of anti-Semitism against the Jewish people. The problem with that, the problem is within this 2025, Islam is able to gaslight a lot of people into believing the Jews are the problem. See, there are about more than 50 Islamic countries. Why can't they take them in? Now they are claiming that Gaza is being surrounded by, isolated from all other places by Israel. But if you look closely, there is a southern boundary wall, isn't it, with Egypt. That's a 12-kilometer wall, which is fully blocked by Egypt. I don't know, have you heard of the Black September incident? Have you heard of the Black September incident?
It sounds super familiar, but I'm blanking. I don't know why.
Exactly. Palestinians went into Jordan. The PLO chairman and all. They started abducting the Jordanian civilians. They bought a plane. They blew up the plane in front of the camera. And the Jordanian king, they wanted to kill the Jordanian king and install a caliphate. Okay, so it is on religious. The Jordanian king, fed up with the Palestinians, brought in Pakistanis who are now crying for Gaza. 25,000, at least 25,000 Palestinians were slaughtered in few days.
So the Jordanians themselves cannot stand Palestinians.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
fine.
remember this.
Now what happened in Kuwait?
I remember this.
Now what happened in Kuwait? Do you know what happened in Kuwait?
Oh, I don't know. I saw this. I actually knew, but I forgot. You just reminded me. Thank you. I don't know about Kuwait though. I know about like the Gulf War, but I don't know about what I think you're about to say.
Okay. So I will tell you what happened in Kuwait is when Saddam invaded Kuwait, the Palestinians who sought refuge there, who were given refuge there, actually sided with Saddam. I have heard reports of Palestinians looting the Kuwaits and raping some of their women. I don't know if it is true. I have to confirm that. But the problem is they sided with Saddam. Okay. So when the war was finally over, the Kuwaitis secretly kicked them out. No problem at all. Nobody's cried. Why? Because this was done by a Muslim against a Muslim. Because the Palestinians were going against the interest of the nation. This is not only the case of Jordan or Kuwait. There are other nations which have kicked them out. They don't like them. So this brat, these brats,
Egypt,
none of the Arabs want them. Sorry? Egypt.
Egypt kicked them out too. Egypt doesn't want them.
Yeah.
Israel did not want Gaza, but Egypt didn't want Gaza, so we got stuck with it.
Yeah. So what I'm asking truth is, see, none of their Arab brothers who are crying for them want them in their house. But they want these people to, they want Israel to take them, or they want to wipe out the nation. So this is not. This is nothing about land. I'm from India. We are also, you have never faced the Islamic problem. That is why you are finding that all the stories that these people are saying are far-fetched. Only when you live under an Islamic, when you have significant Muslims in your area, only then you will find that, all these stories are nothing compared to, what these people are saying. It is coming to, I think you're in United States, isn't it? It is coming to, I am seeing a lot of imams calling for, caliphate there. And believe me, if Trump goes out and some idiot comes in, and if the next president is going to be somebody who is very lenient, believe me, you will have it. And this is not a free speech problem. The Westerners, they treat this Islamic problem as a free speech problem. They discuss a lot. It's not a free speech problem, and this is a sort of problem of survival. If Islam takes over your nation, you will not survive. The kind of humiliation that you will be subject to. I don't know whether you understand that or not. Just look at what's happening in Egypt also. So none of these Islamic nations allow, like freedom of religion and worship and all, but they want that in your nation. And I'm proud to say that I belong to a nation where Jews were never persecuted. They lived here for 2,000 years. They prospered. Many of them, they were pioneers in many areas. And when finally Israel happened, they left this place and went to Israel. If they were actually occupiers, they would have occupied a large portion of our nation, isn't it? They didn't occupy anything. They contributed to our society. And even though the Christians and the Muslims call from brothers amongst each other, and they say they are from the same Abrahamic religion. This land belongs to pagans.
They didn't.
Yeah.
The Christians and the Muslims definitely never did that. No.
Okay, I'll take it. I can show you that, but for now, I'll leave it. But you won't be able to show me any examples of persecution in India.
What's funny? I actually did know about Kuwait. I just totally forgot. Fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, no. Allying with Saddam was insane. I'm not gonna lie. Fuck. I'm not an anti-Semite, but I totally get why people vested in this, and from from the defensive, sympathetic perspective of Israel, people just come off as anti-Semitic because the context is so relevant. And so often the framing is used like these poor Palestinians are being brutalized by Israel, and they have been for this long. And even I still think there is truth to that, because I think in conflicts like these, the true victims are just like regular people. But at the same time, within those conflicts, I do know that, like, for example, the terrorism against the Jewish immigrants there has been there since like the 1920s. Like, everyone thinks it starts in 48, but like goes all the way back to like 1920s. And so, and it got expedited after the partition plan, the 6-Day War. But then you even remind me though that no, the PLO got kicked out of Jordan. I knew about them getting kicked out of Jordan, but it wasn't big on my registry. But them aligning with Saddam was always crazy to me, and it's weird that I just forgot that, because that's fucking relevant. So no, I actually really appreciate you. I get where people are coming from. I think, but again, all that being said, still to this day, and Norm, hopefully you're done eating now. I'm not seeing that this has been debunked, that kids are being shot in line waiting for food in Gaza. And I think maybe it's gotten to the point where there's a fever pitch of hatred. Maybe that, like, and that would be an honest thing, but like denying it's not gonna help.
Well, you made it kind of like it was deliberate, and then you showed a case where then you claimed that there was some kind of an accident. So it's like you're deliberately facing something.
That's what the idea
is. Was that kind of defense? That's the BBC reporting the facts. So yeah, there are riots there, and I believe the riots are being instigated by Hamas. Hamas is dependent on UNRWA, which is completely infiltrated UNRWA, the United Nations Relief Works Agency, which is created entirely for one reason, to perpetuate this idea of Palestinian refugees. Oh, and by the way, I worked for the UN High Commissioner on Refugees, Antonio Gutierrez, who is now the Secretary General of the United Nations. So all refugees on the planet are handled by the High Commissioner on Refugees, except for Palestinians, because they have an entirely different definition of refugee. That is to say that refugee status is inherited from generation to generation. That's true with no other refugees. They're not really refugees. So, Hamas and UNRWA are working hand in fist against Israel, which is obviously a violation of the UN Charter, and they have disrupted the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which was created by America and Israel to keep the food, to keep the humanitarian aid, which, by the way, Israel's paying for, out of the hands of Hamas. Because that's what Hamas uses, A, to make money by selling it to the Palestinian people, and B, to feed and pay their terrorists.
Norm,
so that's what's going on there.
Norm, is it true that what A said, that the Christians and the Muslims were saying that they're one because they're from the same Abrahamic religion?
I don't know. I don't know that one. I didn't hear it.
What do you think about Trump coming out yesterday and admitting that the bad movers in Israel are starving Gaza, and that
he didn't
he's
say that?
Yeah,
I don't know what. No, he didn't. He said, I don't know what's on here, but those kids look hungry. That's what he said.
He said that he didn't say they look hungry. He said that they were starving, and it was clearly.
He said they look hungry from the. We just
he said
up.
Starving.
Perfect.
It's not a quote. It's a piece. It's a piece. No, it's not a quote. It's a video that you could hear him speaking directly. He uses the word starvation.
What a quote is.
Hold on, wait. But I'm not saying pull up the quote. I'm saying pull up the actual audio of him speaking.
Well, let's listen to it.
Right, and he uses starvation. He admits that they're starving. That's why he's like, we're gonna get them.
Let's go. Listen, I'm not.
Okay, all right, I'll get it.
Yeah. Okay, good. Israel delivered 2 million tons of aid, and by the way, nobody in a war is obligated to feed their enemy, and the exceptions to the flow of humanitarian aid are the following. Number one, if the enemy can use it for an advantage, which Hamas was doing, and B, if the enemy can steal it, which Hamas was doing, which is why it was legitimate to not allow the aid to flow to Hamas and to come up with an alternate system. First, we tried that floating bridge, which kind of failed. That was America. If you remember, we spent a fortune on that, by the way. We also tried airdropping the aid in. In fact, right now, again, we're airdropping aid in by parachute. There's no attempt to starve people. The intent is to keep Hamas from stealing the food. And we're allowed to deprive Hamas of food.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go out because the talk, I can't listen to the video. I'll come back. But also, clearly it's not, you cannot do it because that's why Trump is saying you can't starve people indiscriminately. It violates.
I said anybody is starving. I think we don't have to feed our enemy.
Right, exactly. Okay, and there are 4 specific rules of the Geneva Convention that talk about how you're right, and so they're violating that. Right, and they're violating also. Okay, and that's okay. Well, you can. Right, so Trump is getting involved.
Israel has provided 2 million. He doesn't like when things don't look good.
I'll be right back.
That's 1 ton of aid for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. How much do you eat?
Okay, Truth, have you heard of what happened in Hebron in 1517? You said about 1920s, attacks, isn't it? Do you know what happened in 1517?
You said 1517? No.
Yeah, just Google what happened in 1517 Hebron. So this is not a recent phenomenon as people want you to believe. People will make you believe that before 1948 everything was hunky-dory and everybody was like, everybody was happy and lived next to each other. But pogroms against Jews, minorities, Yazidis, Christians were very rampant in the Arabian Peninsula, and Jews were at the receiving end of most of it all. So this didn't start recently, and definitely not with the Jews.
I'm looking at it now. Sorry, I'm laying that mic back in.
Okay.
The current
I'll talk about something else also.
I will look more.
Okay. See, you don't understand the conflict situation, that too, especially with the Islamic people on the other side. We have got a conflict going on in the northern side of our country, which is called Kashmir. It's a majority population there, majority Muslim population in 4 districts, 4 or 5 districts. When the soldiers go in there, the children will throw stones at the soldiers, okay, spit on them, okay, try to harm them, inside them. So when the soldiers retaliate, if they retaliate, it is caught on camera. It is broadcasted and hyped up and broadcasted all around the world. So your leaders, the Western leaders, high on human rights, will condemn it, but they will never condemn the parents who are sending these children to, throw stones at soldiers.
Listen,
you can see the same thing in Gaza.
We don't need anybody coming in here shitting on our nation. We know our own problems here, and we don't need anybody from anywhere else trying to tell us about our government. We're the only ones that can criticize our government.
Thing is, the government.
I don't give a shit.
Interfering in all. That's a problem.
Give a shit.
So I have to. You can say that. If it is your internal matter, that's not a problem. But if they are interfering in our matters, then we have a right to talk, isn't it? So this is a problem. Now your own governments, especially in the European governments, are doing the same thing with their own citizens. What they are doing, they are importing this third world, people who are very violent, who will never integrate. The people are crying. See, what happens in other parts of the world, it will eventually affect you. If your leaders are going to support the human rights and freedom of the terrorists, eventually in your own country, they will support them against you.
Okay, well, worry about
We always had a problem with it. So, what I was saying is, when you deal with Islamists, it's a totally different story. It's not like a normal person.
they'll try to fix you in any way possible. And the media and the foreign governments, they all interfere in it. That's the truth.
Okay, I got it. Are you guys ready to hear the? Make sure Norm's there.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, here we go.
You know, they tend to forget it, but they can't forget that was one of the most evil things I've ever seen. And you just cannot forget that. So we're very much involved. The Prime Minister's involved. I'm involved. We're going to set up food centers, and we're going to do it in conjunction with some very good people. And we're going to supply funds. And we just, again, trillions of dollars. We get a lot of money. And we're going to spend a little money on some food. And other nations are joining us. I know your nation's joining us, and we have all of the European nations joining us, and others also called, and they want to be helpful. So we're going to set up food centers and where people can walk in, and no boundaries. We're not going to have fences, and they can't. They see the food from 30 you would say yards away, and they see the food. It's all there, but nobody's at it because their fence is set up that nobody can even get it. It's crazy what's going on over there.
What if I told you learning AI could change your life? Let's be real. Most people will
No word starvation.
Hold on. It's coming. It's coming. Starvation's coming. Hold on. I got enough.
Well, it's going to be working with the United States. We'll be helping with the food. We have a lot of access to food. We got a lot of food ourselves. And we're going to bring it over there. We're also going to make sure that they don't have barriers stopping people. You've seen the areas where they actually have food. And the people are screaming for the food in there. They're 35, 40 yards away. And they won't let them because they have lines that are set up. And whether they're set up by Hamas or whoever, but they're very strict lines, so we have to get rid of those lines. But we're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it.
Oh, what's it? It's real starvation stuff. I see it.
Some of those kids, it's real starvation stuff. Okay.
Yeah, real starvation stuff in the way that you said. Right.
So
He's blaming Hamas for it.
even more involved. We do
He's
some
blaming Hamas.
Come on, Alabama, we're not idiots.
Blame Hamas.
Blame Hamas. It's a political.
Go back 2 lines. He said Hamas is doing it.
Hold on, Normo. You think that we're fools? We're not idiots.
I do think you're a
He's the
fool.
commander-in-chief. He has to tread lightly, right? He's not going to demonize.
He's blaming
He's not going
Hamas.
to demonize Netanyahu, okay? So
He
yes,
blamed Hamas. Keep going.
He blamed Hamas.
He blamed Hamas for the starvation of the kids that were being
Pretending like you don't know this isn't fucking politics. This
He
is so
blamed
bizarre.
Hamas. And
He blamed a lot. We have Israeli professors.
I agree with him.
Geospatial data set.
I agree with him that he's.
Israeli.
You're getting upset
Jews
now.
from Israel.
You're getting
That
upset.
is the Gaza humanitarian.
I agree with
Right
you.
out of fucking Israel. Our data.
I thank you for blaming Hamas. I agree with you.
Real Jews.
Thank you for blaming Hamas.
Wait, what are you doing, baby? We're trying to clear Trump. Okay, so it seems like Trump did say starvation. Now we don't know who he's saying is responsible for the starvation.
Yeah,
He did say some kids are. He said Hamas, he said or whoever. He did say Hamas or whoever. So I mean,
Yeah. He's not saying Israel. He's saying Hamas or Palestinian Islamic. Okay, what else? I want to hear more.
Then don't talk over it so we can all hear it. She doesn't need to narrate it.
No, we all know we interrupted to talk about starvation. She stopped it and submitted to starvation.
All right, I'm playing. Here we go.
No,
No, I want to hear some more. Go ahead. Some more.
I've conceded on a lot of
by Hamas or whoever, but they're lines. So we have to get rid of those lines.
Wow.
We're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can
Good strong food. I agree.
Some of those kids
As
are
long as it doesn't go to
starvation stuff. I see it. Restrict lines, so we have to get rid of those lines. But we're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. Some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved. We did some airlifts before, some airdrops. And the people are running for because they're very effective with that. You've done that before for many. They've done that for 100 years.
Israel and the United States feeding the Gaza.
It's not very
British Prime Minister.
President Donald Trump telling reporters a humanitarian crisis in Gaza is, quote, one of the main reasons for his meeting with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The two are meeting in this moment.
There you go. Do I keep going more?
Great. I'm glad. It's good to blame Hamas for the starvation of these people.
No.
I agree with you. I completely agree with you. I thank you for that point.
Hamas or whoever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who are the other rappers?
And maybe
Definitely blame Israel. He definitely didn't. Now you can blame that. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is American.
Straight out of the fucking.
He didn't say the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
He would have said Gaza.
If he said that, we would be condemning ourselves. Well, okay, he has to push it off. It can't be.
Good job. Oh, he has to.
Well,
We have to say starvation too, right?
Come on. Doesn't
All right,
matter.
coming on.
He admitted that they're starving.
Yeah, he said Hamas is starving.
Right. The moron corridor, the Maritime corridor.
Hamas is starving these
It
people.
doesn't matter. You have all of those humanitarian posts right now on.
I think we got to get rid of Hamas.
You have to, right. I mean, it's crazy.
We got to get rid of Hamas.
Well, you agree that Trump says the big reason they're starving.
I'm on the same.
It's still the even if we accept what Trump said, I think we can all agree that the primary reason why the Palestinians are starving right now is because Hamas. Like that's.
I can't. Yes or no. Yes or no. I'll say this in that there. Look, here's what I'll say. I'll say Hamas.
Direct and indirect, by the way. By direct, by hoarding aid, and indirect by stopping aid being able to be pushed in there because people are scared they're going to steal it.
Yeah,
Indirect and indirect.
Yeah, of course, because Hamas is often scapegoating Israel, but I think the IDF, and I think the IDF often scapegoats Hamas because it's come out now that like the UN.
Where are you getting these from?
It's come out. Hold on, well, I can get a link in the chat, but it's come out that the UN. Okay, it's come out.
Illegal to be this dumb. Like seriously, it should be. We should all take IQ tests.
I don't even know if you could possibly.
Wait, hold on. Why are you guys talking at the same time? A first good pass at an IQ test would be who can have a conversation and who can't. If you guys can't even get to a conversation without talking over each other, then you guys have failed the first fucking hoop of this IQ.
Normal. The rest of that clip, I thought it was interesting. So they played a little bit of Netanyahu's speech after he heard Trump say that, and he said, "There's no starvation in Gaza. There's no starvation policy. You know, that's a bold-faced lie." Basically,
I think Netanyahu knows a lot more about it than Trump, right?
And so,
Trump saw some pictures.
yeah,
Look like there's real starvation stuff going there.
yeah, you can ask
Bibi's
about
actually involved in feeding these
I'm sure
people.
they'll say they kill nobody. Anyway,
Bibi is the one who's risking the lives of Israelis.
So, I mean, yeah, you can talk about it here. So Netanyahu said that. He said they're bold-faced lies. Trump responded to that. And he said, no. The kids look pretty hungry. That's not something you could fake. Doesn't matter what you say. They're starving. We're going to...
Bima, I have a question for you. Hold on, everyone. Bima, I got a question for you. So, are you aware of the aid that's been stolen by Hamas that was intended to get to the people? Are you aware of this?
Yeah, I've heard about it. Yeah, I sure have.
So what do you
I'm not an educated on it.
So what do you think of Hamas stealing the aid?
I think that Hamas stealing aid, I mean, what are you going to do? Right? You're in a war. If you're not allowing the people to be sustainable, they have no other source. You can't starve out Geneva Convention. You can't starve people, innocent people, for the sake of that's one of the 4 principles of the Fourth Geneva Convention, Article probably.
Right, Hamas is doing it.
It has to be delivered. It has to be delivered with humanity. It has to be delivered. It has to be delivered impartially.
Hold on, Bima, hold on. Listen, let's have a calm conversation. We don't have to just hear you crash out every day. Let's talk about this logically, right? So you have a group of terrorists that decided to attack innocent civilians, kill them, rape them, take hostages, this is the thing, and that was the guy talking about IQ tests. Jesus Christ. Sabina, you have a group, Hamas, a terrorist group, that was chosen by the people in Gaza to lead them, that attacks innocent civilians, kills, rapes, takes hostages. They still have hostages, 49 hostages. And Israel is going out of their way to be very precise in the targeting that they do. And the same terrorist group is putting their weapons and their enemy combatants in churches, in hospitals, in schools, and they're hiding themselves in violation of the Geneva Convention in regards to human shields. They're hiding themselves like little fucking cowards. And then when innocent civilians are killed, when Israel is targeting the enemy combatants, civilians die. That this is a truism in war, especially in urban warfare. But then now, when we start talking about the resources that are not getting there, there's been many attempts to get resources to the people in Gaza. And the resources are not getting to the people because the same terrorist organization is stealing these resources. And my question for you, Bima, is why don't you, if you're going to be this, because you're kind of like trying to find some moral relevancy where, like, both sides are bad. If both sides are bad, and that's where you land, and I don't agree with that. I think that one side is fucking pure evil, and the other side is just the greatest example of a civilized society that mankind's ever seen. But let's say you arrive at your conclusion that both sides are bad. Why is your condemnation so one-sided? Why do you not blame the people in Gaza that are members of Hamas for all of the poverty and the destruction and the death that's happening there? Why do you? I've never heard you put the blame on the terrorist group that is in Gaza, and I'm just the very terrorist group that is still holding 49 hostages, and these hostages are not the hostages in the traditional sense that you see in war, where you take enemy combatants and you hold them hostages, and then you negotiate the release and that sort of thing. We're talking about taking innocent civilians and holding them hostage, and I have never once in any of these conversations ever heard you condemn them for any of those acts. In fact, all I've heard you do is say how bad Israel is.
So I'm just not going to reply to you. It's being intellectually dishonest. Everybody that was in this room. Wait.
Okay, good. Okay, fine. So what you just said, hold on. No, listen, the self-identified retard now wants to speak. So I want to speak to Bima. So Bima wants to be in these conversations. She wants to gaslight people. She wants to make up lies. She wants to take the side of the terrorist. And then when I ask her a simple question, she doesn't want to engage in it. But now what we have is somebody wants to tap in that's a self-identified retard. His words, not mine.
Well, to be fair, you called me a retard, and then I just called myself a retard as a joke, referencing your insult. But yeah, so it's been stated that Benjamin Netanyahu is quoted on the record saying there is no starvation in Gaza, no policy of starvation in Gaza. I assure you, we have a commitment to achieve our war goals. However, there's been a declaration of famine. Various world organizations have all coalesced in agreement.
Really? Could you show us the declaration of famine? I haven't seen that. You want to show us that?
Yeah, I can show you that.
I would love to see it too.
I put four. So there's 4 links in chat.
Just show us the declaration of famine.
Hold on.
Who declared it? Who declared it?
There's the ISAF, the UN, and WHO have all done.
Wait, no, just start with one. You think the World Health Organization declared a famine in Gaza?
links in chat.
I'm just asking you. Did the World Health Organization declare a famine in Gaza? Yes or no?
Let me get the link again.
You said, oh, you don't know. Okay.
I
already
put the fuck.
You should read your own link if you don't know. Do you know if? Okay, let's try it this way. Do you know if the World Health Organization declared a famine in Gaza? Do you know? Maybe we don't know.
What's the definition of a famine?
Why are you asking me? You're the one who made the claim.
See, you won't let me put the link. Looks like you said.
All right, so Norman, what the article says is, what does it take for famine to be declared in Gaza? Gaza hunger crisis worsens by the day, but it's still not been declared a famine.
Well, holy cow! So it has not been declared a famine.
Hold on.
Truth, you gotta change your name, Truth. You gotta change your name to fall.
Hold on.
Why would I hold on?
Is it this one right here?
Why would I hold on?
This is
Truth, you know, you take a look into these situations. Who declared a famine? It wasn't the World Health Organization, I guess. So who did?
Fair enough, but someone did. Hold on. I read 4 articles back to back.
Maybe hold on. Before people beat him up, listen. When somebody acknowledges that they were wrong, we should just move on, because not enough people on this app do this. This is one of the things where I want to compliment Truth. He did something that's very difficult to do, especially in a hostile environment where people are yelling and screaming and whatnot. For him to say, "Okay, I was wrong," I think we could just accept that he admitted defeat on that position, and we could.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And it was the IPC. The IPC declared the famine.
The IPC. What does that stand for, IPC?
Insane Clown Posse?
Actually, I'm reading it from this article site.
Okay. All right.
I have to click back. Hold on.
Wait, what are the names of the guys in St. Cloud? Crazy Harry? What are their names again? What are the names of those two guys from St. Cloud?
I honestly don't know. I'm sorry.
Oh, they got funny names. Let me see if I can find them.
Norman, here's what it says. Worst case scenario of famine is happening in Gaza. Food crisis 6%. It says the integrated food security phase classification said Gaza has teetered on the brink of famine for 2 years.
Shaggy Two Dope. Was it Shaggy Two Dope or was it Violent J? Those are the guys.
Violent J is one.
Maybe it was Shaggy Two Dope.
You're right.
I think it was Shaggy Two Dope who declared a famine in Gaza.
No, but that's the issue. Like, all these medias, like, they say, Israel's genocide, famine. And then, like, these are established kind of, like, okay, I take this seriously. And I tell you, if you're just a genuine person who's not that tapped into this, you're just looking at media, yeah, you would get this idea. But, like I was saying in the chat, yes, they have brainwashed a lot of people. I know it sounds kind of crazy. Like, UN, they understand all these, prestigious organizations have been saying lies. Yeah, actually, they have been. It's kind of.
What happened to B-Master?
She made the choice to not engage. I engaged with her, and she said, "I choose not to engage." So she is welcome to come up if she decides to do that.
Ratchet is weak-minded, Anne.
Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, she's raised her hand, so we're gonna bring her back up. So now I guess she wants to engage. We'll see if she'll answer my question now. Let's see. Okay, B-Master, did you want to reply to what I...
Yeah, no, what you said is true. And moving on.
Oh, shit.
The room has been here the entire morning. Everything you said was a lie. What next? What's next?
Well, hold on. B-Master, let me ask you this. Do you think that Hamas are the villains in this story?
I think any person who's violated another peaceful person is the villain, 110%.
Got it. So if somebody initiates force like Hamas did,
you would agree that the other side you would agree that the other side then has the righteous right of retaliation.
Of course.
There we go. So there's hope for you, but you'll do some mental gymnastics here in a moment, and then just change what you just.
No, I've been consistent, and you won't find any type of inconsistencies in what I've said. I talk about it every day. I'm 110% consistent for whatever reason.
Why do you talk about it every day? Can I ask you this? Well, hold on. Let me ask you this. That's fine. I'll accept being bullied. There's worse things to be. You could be disingenuous. You could be a you could be an anti-Semite. There's a lot of things. B-Master, let me ask you this. You don't live in the Middle East. You're not Arab. You're not a Jew. You really don't have anything to do with this conflict whatsoever. There's conflicts going on around the world, by the way, and you just said that you talk about this every day. Can you explain to me, with all the wars that are happening, there's actually more conflicts going on globally right now than any time since World War II. More nations are at war in 2025 than have been since any time since World War II ended. So, B-Master, why are you obsessed with the war that involves the Jew?
I think two things could be true. I think that's a logical fallacy to say that because I talk about this and I don't talk about anything else. I talk about what people are talking about, first of all, so I'm responding to that. Two, I think it's notable and it's mentionable and it's something that should be responded to, okay, especially if the United States is so intimately entwined in the bullshit. But I could also speak on a bunch of other things. You don't have to have one or the other. There's a false dichotomy, but I appreciate your attention.
Could I read an excerpt from this article about the famine in Gaza?
No, you can stay the source.
You already conceded too.
I put the link in chat for the second or third time, just because you guys don't give a fuck. And I also have been quoting the link. So
I've already quoted a bunch of articles.
So anyway, here's what it says. Let me get back to the part. The IPC warning, according to its latest analysis conducted in. Okay, so first it's important because let me not read all of them. Yeah, let me not read all of them because this is one at a time. So Norm, I'm curious because this can contradict something you said.
Okay, so I'm going to read what I want to read. When there are 6 major wars going on in the world right now. Now let's list the one in which children are not dying. I want to hear. Hang on a second. I want to hear from all the people in the room who are protesting the children dying in all 6 wars that are happening.
Well, this is very particular. This has to do with whether or not there's being lies. So on July 25th.
So wait. So there are 6. Hang on a second, because you were looking for your thing, and I started. Hang on, this was it. Thank you. So there are 6 wars going on now. So are children not dying in any of those wars? I wonder.
Yeah.
Is it possible to have a war in which civilians don't die? Has there ever in the history of the world been a war in which civilians don't die? And is there anybody who can show me one single bit of evidence that Israel is intentionally killing civilians or even allowing them to die?
Yes.
Keeping in mind that Israel is perhaps the only nation that moves people out of war zones before they attack. It spreads pamphlets and knocks on roofs and makes text messages and makes phone calls to civilians in order to preserve their life. Where was there an intentional civilian kill? Somebody said yes. Show us.
So that actually is in reference to what I was about to read. On July 25th.
Okay, go ahead.
On July 25th, the USAID conducted analysis and found no evidence of systemic theft of aid by Hamas.
Okay, and we found evidence of that, but that wasn't the question. It seems like you have difficulty with the question.
Well, no,
I have ample. Hang on.
He's trying to prove his point from like an hour ago.
I have Okay.
We have snipers who have shot children.
How do you know that?
Okay, so let me get that.
How do you know that, I think? How do you know the sniper intentionally shot a kid?
Norman, Hamas told him so.
Oh. Okay.
Let's see.
Do me a favor, do while you're looking on mute so that we don't have to hear you.
Well, no,
Thank you.
regardless, hold on, real fast, because this is a deflection from something that contradicted directly what you said.
You already conceded that you were wrong earlier, Truth.
Yeah, no one was taking it too far.
Even Roger complimented you and said, hey, not too much on this guy because he actually did something that people in Clubhouse usually
It was on a different talk.
concede that he was wrong, and now you're bringing up about food famine and Hamas stealing food and shit. You're still trying to prove your point.
That's not. Whoa, hold on.
You are. You said there's no evidence that Hamas is stealing.
It's just false, and it's kind of frustrating. So, Norman said probably 10 minutes ago, he literally verbatim said that Hamas is causing the disruptions to the food distribution.
100%. 100%.
Okay, so that's a deflection because you just said it was an hour ago, and now you said, of course they did. Did he say that an hour ago or 10 minutes ago?
Well, it's something in between the two, but what's your point?
My point is, I just quoted something from a reputable news organization quoting a U.S. government organization that is contradicting your claim.
No,
Do I have to have
evidence. So,
being obtuse?
No, not being obtuse. You weren't clear, so you were being obtuse. Yes, there is ample evidence that Hamas is disrupting the distribution of food in Gaza. Still, maybe they didn't find any. It's possible that the place that you cited didn't find any, but others have. A lot of it.
So what's the GHF?
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
And who are the two funders of it?
The United States and Israel.
And the analysis was conducted by a U.S. government agency, and you're telling me
unrelated to the GHF?
Does that matter?
Well, why did you bring it up then? If it doesn't matter.
Are you suggesting that the left ear doesn't know what the right ear is hearing? The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing? Are you trying to tell me the U.S. government doesn't know how to analyze and investigate another?
The burden of proof is on you.
Why would they bother to do something they're ill apt to do?
Who said that they did?
They did. They said we conducted an investigation.
Who said that?
USAID.
USAID, which by the way is not in Gaza, but okay.
They said they conducted an investigation and found no evidence of disruption on the part of Hamas.
So absence of evidence is not evidence
of absence.
You have to go link because I know I've been reading this article. What they say is they haven't found evidence of Hamas because they found evidence of different gangs and gangs looting. They can't tell if it's Hamas or not, right? So that it's a little slippery. We haven't found evidence of Hamas. We just found. Click what the it's a quote and it has a link, another hyperlink that goes to the actual article that talks about that. I've read about that. They said we have found no evidence of Hamas. And if you read the article where it says we haven't found evidence of Hamas, like, we found evidence of different gangs attacking and stealing food. We don't know if that's Hamas. That could be anyone. It could be anyone. It's like, okay, sure. But yeah, so
your argument is a ragtag group of gangs is causing
No. Well, one, I don't know. Nor's argument is my argument right now is that it is Hamas stealing it, but these people they don't have systemic evidence. They don't have 4K evidence of Hamas saying yes, we're Hamas and we're sending this aid. What they have is a bunch of video proof of Hamas going in and disrupting, shooting at trucks, taking trucks. That's what they have.
I have video of them standing on top of the trucks with their masks on, with guns, commandeering the trucks, and shooting at the people who are swarming around it. So there's a video.
No, that's no way.
support. That's what they want.
Happening on some level, definitely.
I put it in the chat, by the way. True.
Go ahead, Bima. Blame the victim.
56 incidents of loss or death. 46 people were attributed to unknown purpose.
Wait, hold on. Why are there people speaking over each other? Like, everyone in here wants to be an expert on what's going on in Gaza, but you guys can't even be experts in how to have a basic conversation. Like, one person can speak at a time. This is just fucking crazy. And I'm just fascinated. I'll be honest. It tickles me pink to learn the high level of confidence and then low level of information that people have that are not tied to this conflict in any way, shape, or form. Some of you have self-identified as, on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 meaning you know nothing and 10 meaning you know everything. You've identified as a 4. Yet we're carrying on this conversation as if there's expert knowledge. And then we scramble to find sources that agree with the weird things that we say. Can we just be honest about this? Like, if we're going to be really flat out honest about this, truth, be master, neither of you Jews, neither of you Israelis. You guys have been spending your entire morning talking to Jews and Israelis, telling them what's going on in this conflict. Don't you feel stupid?
No, she is Italian from Philly.
So, life is a beautiful thing. Circumstantial ad-hominems would tell you, if you knew logic, that a person's geography or their ethnicity is completely irrelevant to the truth value of whatever they're fucking saying. That's how we can have professionals and intellectuals discuss topics like this, Roger. Welcome to Logic 101.
Hold on. Here's Logic 101, okay? If we're going to talk about a conflict and pretend to be an expert, like you and Truth have done, when simple questions are asked, Truth was asked a question earlier, hey, what river? He didn't even know what he didn't even know what river. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I wish we could all get together. This is my wish. I wish we could all get together and grab a map, erase all of the names of countries, and then let Truth and Be Master fill it out. And I want them to just say, hey, show me on the map 2 things. Show me on the map where Israel is, and show me on the map this place that you call Palestine. I would guess that they will not come within about a fucking 500-mile radius of identifying it.
You would lose that bet.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I know what you mean. I knew first one was on mute, my phone's overheating, and I'm on the Safari tab.
Oh, that's the excuses for everything.
See, this is what triggers my autism. You know how autistic people, we go on the rages? It's shit like that. The disingenuousness of this. So you're gonna tell me, while you're here on your app yourself, that if you're reading a fucking article because someone asked you a question, and then they ask you another question, and you gotta swipe between tabs, go to Clubhouse, and hit the unmute button. There's not a fucking delay.
Truth. Listen, I'll take your advice. I'll go fuck myself. But before I do, I just want to get this out. There are people on the stage that live in Israel. There's people on the stage that used to live in Israel. There's people on America. Hold on. There's people on the stage that plan. Hold on. There's people on the stage that plan on returning to Israel. And what's interesting to me is that the 2 people claiming to be experts on this subject are Truth and Bima, who have A, never been to the region, B, don't plan on going to the region, and C, have 0 fucking scholarship on this whatsoever. When it comes to this issue, B Master, I knew her on this app before October 7th. And what was interesting about this is that B Master never spoke about the Middle East. Then all of a sudden this conflict comes up, and overnight, She's not the only one, by the way. I don't know if you guys remember Sella. She was somebody that would go in and talk about, all kinds of nonsense. And then October 7th happens, and she became an expert. Everyone, it's the same people that were COVID experts. Now they're experts on world history, specifically pertaining to the history of Israel. And then if you talk about any warfare, they're experts on strategy. They're experts on geopolitics. You guys are experts in everything. It's fucking amazing how smart you guys are. The problem is that you guys have no humility and you don't understand how ignorant it sounds when you have a high level of confidence and a low level of information.
Hey, Truth, I have a simple question for you. We can figure this out.
Because I reject the frame. A, I presented myself as an expert. B, Clubhouse is literally a place where people shoot the shit, talk about the news.
Truth, are you familiar with this conversation?
Because you hear me replying right now.
About a certain concept.
I'm trying to speak through it too. A, never presented myself as an expert. I didn't want to. B, and by the way, no one here is an expert just because they're Jewish. That's a ridiculous. I love you to say that B, because when I go and find a Holocaust survivor who agrees with us, then you just shut the fuck up. Anyway, let's do
Hold on. This is interesting, right? So this is exactly the point. You just said, if I go find a Holocaust survivor that agrees with me, will you shut the fuck up? I'll tell you this. You can go find it. Here's a challenge, teacher. Go find yourself. Bring a Holocaust survivor onto this app, because I can produce one on this app. We can produce one on this app today, right? Then we'll come in here and we'll talk to you about this. Can you produce a Holocaust survivor to jump on the Clubhouse?
You're all Holocaust survivors. That's not the genocide.
No. That's not the question. I will bring one onto Clubhouse that you have speak to directly. Your point doesn't stand. Your point doesn't stand. Here's the thing. No, your point doesn't stand. Your point doesn't stand. I'm going to explain something. Why are you interrupting me? Is this the retard thing again? I was speaking. Shut the fuck up. Okay. I want to just make something clear. If I go eat at a Mexican restaurant, and I've had their food, and I've had their carne asada, or if I've had their nacho fries, I can talk about final sodas that I consider much better than the people that have never stepped foot into that restaurant, that have never ordered the food, that have never engaged with the wait staff, that have never talked to the owner of the establishment and mingled with the patrons and took in the ambiance of the establishment. All I'm suggesting is that it's fucking weird to me. It's very fucking weird to me to see people that have this crazy obsession. You have a crazy obsession with Jews. I want to ask you this. I'm going to pivot away from the Jews for a second. My apology to the Jews on this stage. It's not always about you. Let me just ask you this. Of the other conflicts, because there's more conflicts going on, more nations that are at war right now. Shut the fuck up. Shut the... Yes, I get it. But, well, first of all, you're not going to interrupt me. Not only do you have autism, but you also have Tourette's. You need to get those things checked. So, I want to finish this. More nations are at war right now than any time since World War II. And the only conflict that they're obsessed with is the one involving the Jews. So, the retard crash out. Let me ask Bima, what other global conflicts are you knowledgeable about?
It's a logical fallacy again, but I mean,
hold on, listen. I asked you a simple question. I don't know what you're doing. Listen, sugar
started talking about it October 7th. This is a long, I went to school, I went to college, I studied about it then, I was very passionate about it then, and interesting enough, the people who actually know me and have heard me speak about it before
I can attest you never talked about that.
I didn't even know.
Hold on. Viva, you missed the question. The question was, what conflict right now, with more nations being at war since any time since World War II, what conflict that doesn't involve the Jews are you highly knowledgeable about?
I'm not as knowledgeable about any other conflict. I would say I would just be average. One in specific, the Kenyan situation outside of Nairobi and specifically with their civil war. So I have personal ties to that situation, specifically Kenya.
Amazing. Hold on. Let's pause there. Has anyone on the stage or in the chat ever heard Bima talk about the conflict in Kenya? No. Anyone? Anyone? Okay, got it. So this other conflict that you're personally attached to, and you've got all this information about, you've never spoken about that, but you spend every day, those were your words, talking about the conflict that involves the Jews. This obsession that you have with Jews, this obsession that you have with Jews, I am a bully. I am a bully. I own that. I'm a bully. That yes, guilty as charged. But what the fuck are you gonna do? Bullies don't care. If I wasn't a bully, and you were able to do something about it, right? Then you would also you would have more flexing power here. I'm calling you out, and I am using the bully pulpit. I agree. Yes, I'm a fucking asshole when I'm a moderator, but you know what I'm also good at? Pointing out when somebody is LARPing as interested in this conflict when they really just hate Jews. Because if you really cared about all these conflicts, because your position is, I don't like when anybody exercises their dominion against another innocent person using force or coercion. I stand against that. But yet, a personal conflict that you're attached to in Kenya, which I don't believe, by the way, you claim that you're attached to that, and yet you've never once brought it up. And the point is, you don't give a fuck about any of these people. The only thing you care about is disparaging.
That's why I don't disparage Jews. I disparage bad people. The topics, I don't think if we would like to move to the topic of Kenya and the Kenyan Civil War and what's going on over there, I'd be more than happy to do that. You can look in my bio and I have links supporting it, okay? Understand, there's radio shows that I go on regularly with Jaffe Kabui, a Kenyan radio station, okay? And they talk about it all the time. So yes, listen, it doesn't matter. If you want to talk about that, we can talk about that. Most people don't really care about that. Most people are talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, okay? Most of the time, because most of the people on this app are American, and there are a lot of ties. All the policies are overflowing, and they're affecting real people.
Can I just answer the reason that I believe Bima has such an issue with Israel? Well, I can explain why she does. Listen.
Sasha doesn't sugarcoat shit. If you want to talk about like what's happened in that region, Sasha, I don't know if you guys know Sasha, but you should, because he's the best historian on this app. But they don't do that. They don't do that. What everyone seems to want to do that hates Jews is they get on the stage and then they go and find information that will back up a narrative that helps them to throw shade on Jews. And when you start questioning them, you start realizing just how little they know about it. It's an obvious one when you point out that they don't know what River One Sea. It's more obvious when you start asking them about a timeline of events, and when they start saying, "Hey, Palestine should have a state," it's like, wait a minute, you guys are saying that Palestine is a state, and then they argue or they ignore the fact that true statehood has been offered 7 fucking times, and the Arab nation said, "No, we don't want that. We'd rather go to war with you." And so the warmongers are clearly on one side. Israel's the only country in that region that has maintained, we just want to live here peacefully. We want our own nation because, you know what? We've been through hell. There's fucking people that hate us. They're on the left, the right, the center. There's all these anti-Semitic, and whether it's because you blame them for killing Christ, you guys will come up with whatever reason that you want to hate the Jews, and it's fucking disgusting. And all I do is point out the fucking facts. Hold on. These ignorant motherfuckers. Why don't you just be honest? I would have so much more respect. I wouldn't like it, but I would have much more respect if they just came up on the stage and said, "I fucking hate Jews." Because that's what they really fucking want to say. They just know that in polite company and, a mixed crowd, that's not going to be the message. But you catch these fucking lunatics in their own space, that's exactly what they fucking say. So,
he's about to do so. Go ahead.
I'm not like so first of all, I don't know shit about this politics. I'll be the first one. I'm not gonna act like I'm a fucking expert on this or no function that I don't. I'm just asking questions for clarity or just clarification based on other conversations I've had.
What's your limited knowledge? How do you feel about the conflict?
My limited knowledge is that there's lots of fucking people getting killed over there. Global land conflict, I guess, and that's pretty much what I know. There's something happened.
Do you think Israel's justified in their actions? Do you think Israel's justified in their actions?
I think Israel should have right to defend itself. That's the I think every country has the right to defend itself. Again, I don't know exact intricacies or expense as to what every single side of this conflict has done in regards to how they're defending themselves, right? So I can speak as to, do I think how Israel's defending themselves to justify this, etc., because I don't know how they have. So I'm
you're not a terrorist, right? And so Israel is very, very welcome to people that are not Jewish, and that's a historical fact. But when you think about in 1947, the idea of this, look, the Jews are going to return to their historical homeland. They're going to have the state in Israel, and then it gets ratified, and statehood happens on May the 14th of 1948, right? But hold on. The very next day, the Arabs declare war on them. And what's sad about that is that during those conversations that were happening in 1947 and through till May of 48, the Arabs could have had a state. They could have called it Palestine. They could have called it whatever they wanted. They could have had their own state. And instead of having statehood and being able to build a country and be able to have civilization, be able to take care of their civilians, be able to enact whatever ideas they want within their borders, they had the opportunity to do that. And what was more important to them than statehood was their hatred for Jewish people, and they did not want Jewish people to exist anywhere in this land. And so what we have is we have a genocidal commitment from some people in that region to not just destroy Israel, but to make sure that Jews don't exist. And by the way, if you're not Jewish and you wonder, well, what the fuck's this got to do with me? They're very clear about one thing. When they're done with the Jews, they're coming for you too. They're coming for you too. And if you guys want to challenge me on the history of this, I am fucking game for this. I will pay people in here that are actual historians that will co-sign on all of the things that I have just said, that will back up all of this, and the only opposition that we seem to get to the truth are from people that have no clue. They woke up on Clubhouse one day, sometime a few days after October 7th, heard people talking about this, and then decided, oh fuck, I'll run the other playbook. I'll go ahead and argue devil's advocate, and I don't even believe they're all Jew haters. Like, if you want my honest opinion, I don't think Big Master hates Jews. I think what she's comfortable with, though, is repeating the tropes that people that hate Jews repeat, which makes her a useful idiot. But
I guess I have two questions. That's what you just said. For clarification, it is one, what would be your definition of a terrorist? Two, how would you identify one just based on hindsight and not based on information files or prior knowledge of the person? Will easily become one terrorist in your country.
Yeah, so terrorists are those that use violence and threats of violence to achieve their political goals, and that's my definition what a terrorist is. Now, in terms of identifying who they are, I would think that the intelligence community within Israel and within the West in general would do a very good job of identifying who these people are. This is why when the terrorist beepers were going up, giving a whole new that, right? If somebody's saying they don't like what the IDF is doing, what they're saying is that they disagree with the goals of the war. The goals of the war are to free hostages and end the terrorist group. And so then you get people like you, Bastard, that come in here that want to make you feel that, that somehow these guys are freedom fighters. It's fucking crazy.
So the only thing that I would say that's like, don't listen to 95% of what Roger says about me. If you're curious about my personal views, please ask. Because 95% of what he says is just in that. Yeah, of course. Hamas is a terrorist organization. If any person has harmed other innocent, peaceful people, yes, absolutely. Okay. However, I will also say that that's the question. That's the real question. Historically, it did October 7th happen in London? No, we know that. We know. You could ask Israeli Harvard professors, Jews who write on this topic, who I'm sure don't have great information about all the other topics and conflicts of the world because their main focus is one particular topic. Okay, but I digress. So anyway, my challenge to the Palestinian not being a people and all this other stuff. What El Marmo said earlier, he said that when I had mentioned that the Arab Congress was asking the British multiple times for them to be able to have their own nation state, and it was rejected over and over and over. El Marmo said, no, well, you know what, there was even a Palestinian at the Arab Congress, and I looked it up. I am reading through the actual papers, the actual reports given and presented to Winston Churchill, the report of the state of Palestine, presented to the Right Honorable Mr. Winston Churchill by the Executive Committee of the Third Arab Palestine Congress. This is in 1920. Okay, the people that represented, they were all not only Arab, they were families living there. Some of them were also Muslim Christians. Okay, but they were all people of their places that they listed were Gaza. Let me see, Jaffa. There were multiple areas within Palestine that they came from. So there was absolutely people that were from Palestine. They were the ones who wrote that specifically to Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill. Go ahead.
We've been through it. There was a place called Palestine. It was a region, not a country. So, are you aware of the fact that they have been offered statehood in 1947?
Oh, we're not talking about 1947. We're talking about, I reversed, because, 1947 is something different. We're talking about, because listen, you can't use the same argument of, let me see. Earlier, El Marmo said all of the nations like Pakistan and Greece, all of these nations were formed in the 20th century, just like Israel. If you were to say that, you could say the exact same thing for the people of Palestine who considered themselves Palestinian long before 1948, who referred to themselves as Palestinians. In their congresses, in their newspapers, how they operated, had cash in pound on their own currency. It was in their currency long before. In the early 1900s, 1906 to 1917, long before this, okay? And this is my claim. The British rejected and would not allow them to become a people. Now I'd be happy to hear why Winston Churchill continuously denied, why they denied the Arabs specifically, okay? Why they said, no, sorry, you cannot have a statement, you cannot become.
What are you talking about?
Anything during the Arab Congress, so anything, the first, second, or third Arab Congress, so you could respond. I mean, you could look at any of the official Churchill white papers where they responded, where Churchill responded specifically to the Arab Congress, where he has. I mean, just go look it up. He says very specifically why he is denying.
She just learned about it.
Right. absolutely, 110%. I've been
It's actually funny, but there was actually no formal.
3 hours and reading through the
There was
entire.
no formal offer of independent Palestinian state made specifically by Churchill anywhere. I don't know what you're talking about.
Say that again.
There was no formal offer, okay, of an independent Palestinian Arab state made specifically by Churchill anywhere. I don't know what you're talking about.
It wasn't. No, you gotta listen. It wasn't.
That's what you said.
No, it wasn't.
You said he declined them of having a state. That's what you said.
Yes, he did. That's
But
correct.
there was no formal offer of independent Palestinian Arab state specifically even made by him. So I would even decline it if there was no formal offer even made.
Yes, it wasn't made by him. It was made by the Arab Congress. It was specifically.
You said it was rejected by Churchill. That's what you did. Anybody else hear that correctly?
No, that's exactly what she said.
That's what she said. That's what she said. Reba will never walk back. She'll never walk back. It's the same something.
Roger,
She's just
I want to be honest.
ChatGPT is explaining everything to her right now.
What I'm trying to communicate is that the third.
Name 3 of the couples.
Please, Rich. We're talking about the Arab Congress. That's what I had brought up to El Normo, where he said that no Palestinian was a part of the Arab Congress. So then I went to go read it, and so I read the reports. What is called the Club of the State of Palestine presented by the Third Arab Congress. I think that whenever we're talking about real stuff, everyone else scratches out. I get all the information and all this.
I got a question. Scale from 1 to 10. What do you rank your expertise on Israel? 1 meaning you know nothing, 10 meaning you know everything. Where do you rank yourself?
Roger, let me ask you a question.
Hold on. This is a simple one. I'm going to. This is a simple one. What are you doing? No. I'm not being serious.
What I'm saying. I'm not
Eva, I'm asking. Eva.
You're dishonest, Roger.
No, I'm asking you a question.
How am I going to respond to I'm asking
you a simple question. Why are you crashing out? 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 Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. And if I want you to engage in good faith. Scale from 1 to 10. Where do you rank your expertise on Israel?
Roger,
Hold on. One meaning you know nothing. 10 meaning you know everything. Where do you rank yourself?
Notice as soon as the topic gets interesting,
I'm asking you a simple question. It's a simple one. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that was the
get real factual information.
Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that Biba is dodging a very fair question. Just put a 1 in the chat if you thought the question was fair and she's dodging. Biba, now go ahead and look at the chat. And now I'll ask it again. Scale from 1 to 10. 1 meaning you know nothing, 10 meaning you know everything. Where do you rank yourself when it comes to your knowledge of Israel?
I will, I'd have somebody else rank me.
Okay, well, I'll rank you too. At least you know it exists. So I'll give you 2. I would just advice for everyone on every topic. If you're not, listen, you can comment whether you're an expert or not. But I would say that the less that you know, like if you're like the master, you should be doing more asking of questions to gain knowledge and do more research to gain knowledge than to sit here and pontificate as if you know fucking everything. It makes no sense. You make no sense, you master. You make no sense.
So I was talking about Marmo earlier, and I always say that any communication, anything that I say, if you have a better information to counter whatever
whenever I'm saying I'm open to it, just like El Normo. El Normo actually engages in fucking critical thinking, unlike Roger, who likes to just put a logical fallacy, slap a logical fallacy on absolutely everything, deflect, make sure that you don't talk about the actual shit, lie on you, inflame your conversation, trash. No, it's total trash and it's dishonest, okay? It's complete trash. El Normo and I had this discussion earlier. So what did I do, Roger? I got the fucking information and I read it. I just spent the past 3 hours reading through several pages. One is 64 pages, one's 100 pages, the other one is 38 pages, okay? Reading through the information, and then I come back to say, okay, well, now I have more information, let's talk about it. It looks like you're wrong. I could have just chat GPT and got a quick answer to say, oh, hey, what do you say? And then go back and say, oh, no, I can chat GPT it. It looks like you're wrong. No, what did I do? I wanted to get the actual evidence. I wanted to read through it, be objective, and that's all. Then when I do it, of course, go read. You don't know.
Hold on. Viva, just another question for you. You can decide if you want to answer it or not. You're not really doing the whole question answer thing right now, but I'm genuinely curious what time the afternoon pill, what time do you typically take it?
She's gonna do some research on that, get back.
Okay, that's good. Look, a good old-fashioned mood stabilizer would probably bring a lot of, relief.
Great way to deflect from a great conversation. You guys are just...
I'm trying to get clear on what your claim is. Is your claim that they're in Congress, they were like, we're going to have a Palestinian state, and they kind of didn't act like the indigenous Palestinians that live there. They're going to get a state. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, not that they were going to get a state, but that's what they were advocating for. That's what they got. That's what the Arab Congresses were about, and they were asking the Brits if they could have their self-sovereignty to create their nation state, and they were reaching.
Okay, we must you were right about one thing. It was an Arab Congress, but it wasn't the Palestinian Congress until 1964. You can go check it out.
So the Arab Congress, which I said the third Arab Congress specifically, they were specifically nothing but Palestinians. They came from 4 jurisdictions. They were Arabs. They were mostly Arabs. There was also some Muslim Christians. It gives it all in the paper. The state of Palestine. This is what I was just referring to earlier. And 1920. Okay, 1920. The specifically, I'll get the name again if that's what you need.
There was no Palestinian Congress before 1960.
Yes, there was. It was called the Third Arab Palestine Congress, 1921. Yes, it was. And yes, it was. It was. It didn't matter. It was a people. Of course, there were, and you can see that in the census of 1922. There were mostly Arabs, but yeah, absolutely, there were Jews. There were also Christians, of course. But the claim was that there was no Palestinians a part of the Arab Congress, and that's clearly false. That was a lie. That's not true. They were nothing but Palestinians. They all came from actual places inside what was considered Palestine.
Syria too, right?
No, Syria, no. At least, no. Not Jordan, no. They were not.
Syria, what are you talking about? You know, the idea of Palestine was, they had the idea of Palestine as a very part of Syria.
She doesn't know the history. She doesn't know the geography. She's just learning about
I was talking about the places that the people of the Congresses came from. And they came from, I found it, Jerusalem, Jaffa, Haifa, Nablus, and Gaza. I know where Nablus is, I know where Gaza is. Jaffa and Haifa, I don't know where that is. And so if that's the case, I don't know where. Okay, inside Israel, is Jaffa and Haifa, is that inside the Israel or is that somewhere else?
Israeli.
Okay, so, and both of them.
I'm glad you're learning on the fly, Dima.
Rich, do you know Jaffa?
Yeah.
Where is that? Where is that?
We've already told you. We've already asked you. Where the fucking cookbooks
provided information and then he justified it. He's been doing nothing but what are you talking about, yo? He's been attacking me the entire time. He's not presented a single argument. He's just personally attacked me. Come on, what the fuck? Are you serious?
Hold on. We're gonna do a room reset. Listen, we're in the muff. If you enjoy being in the muff, welcome. If you don't enjoy being in the muff, you don't have to be in the muff. Some people don't like the muff. Some people don't want to be in the muff. Gays don't want to be in the muff. You certainly don't have to be in the muff. This is a choice to be in the muff. Beamer chooses to be in the muff. I want to ask a few questions. I want to get some other people involved on the stage. I want to just figure out if we can maybe advance this conversation beyond the low information, high confidence people, and maybe get maybe we'll welcome the lower confidence, high information people to speak. That might be fun. That might be an interesting twist here. I also, before we get started again, does anybody do breathing exercises? Anybody? Is anybody here into that row? I don't know if you're awake. And do you do breathing exercises? Nye, do you?
Absolutely. Meditation.
Yeah, can we just I think it might be quite beneficial for at least one person in the room to take some deep breaths and just, maybe just clear the mind. If you could lead us through a deep breathing exercise now, and then we can continue the conversation. I think this would be helpful. Beamer, please participate in this.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we all just meet up for a second and just take a deep breath? 4 counts in. Hold it for 4 counts. And release it. 4 counts. I would do that 3 times. It might help to close the eyes. So close your eyes. Deep breath in. Hold. Breathe. Breathe out 4 counts. And repeat if necessary. It does help to close the eyes so you're not distracted visually. Just think of, a cool breeze over the mountains. Just be calm and chill. And if it helps, pop a pill to relax. If breathing is not your thing, or go to the wall, take a few hits, just chill out. Thank you, Patrick.
Well, I sure have one, and I hope others have as well. I'm just going to feel much more relaxed. Now that we've relaxed, Beamer, go ahead and continue. Beamer might have hypnotized you for sleep.
I think we're changing this even.
Of course, I love the high information that was
So your point is mute about the Arab Palestinian Congress. That's what I wanted to say.
I don't think that's logical at all. We have heard somebody that community service is specifically referring to a specific place that is the area, the geographical region of Palestine. Okay, so your argument is
Syria, Jordan,
exactly what he was talking about. In 1896, okay, you have people of Palestinian have written on dollar bills and on coins. There's newspapers, the Palestinian, they refer to the Arab. There's just way too much. It doesn't make sense. And if you're going to use the same exact argument of, well, Israel, just like El Marmo said, just like every other country in the 20th century had to, this was a slow a process of becoming that, then why wouldn't it be the same for the Palestinian people? That's exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to become one of a sovereign nation state, right? But the British, and this was my question to everybody else, to the more intelligent, high IQ people in the room, which I'd like to know more about, because, as Roger says, I'm an idiot, low IQ, whatever else. Why did the British decline multiple times the Palestinian people a nation state? For what reason?
They gave it to them in 1947 and they tried it.
Because they don't want to stay last week.
I'm going to assume it's because they wanted the area, they wanted to fight against, they were nervous about the Zionists taking over the entire region as they wrote the Jewish state experts like that.
The Jews to be subjugated underneath them.
Well, that's fine. The high IQ person knows history, and let's answer that question.
When is the third one coming?
I think what said it was. Otherwise, I would have given you information, huh?
Hold on, Dana, let me ask you this.
I don't want to do your games. I don't like
Question. So, if Israel,
The crowd goes wild.
was not
Must be going through a midlife crisis or something. Because not only is he a
nations
last time I watched the Wicked,
well, I mean, he probably have taken out.
And I think it's interesting is that Israel does have arms. They have well-trained military. They have very sophisticated weapons. If Israel's desire was to commit a genocide, it's within their grasp to do it. It's just not within the desire of their hearts to do that. They have the means to do it. And this is the thing that I don't think people like yourself are considering, is that if it were the other way around and the Arab nations had the superior military, Jews wouldn't exist. Israel wouldn't exist. The fact I understand. Any chance they get, they will take that. This is why Iran can't have a bomb. That question comes up. I hear people say, well, hey, if the U.S. could have a bomb, China can have a bomb, the UK can have a bomb, I can have a bomb. The reason why you can't have weapons like this in the hands of evildoers is that there are some people on this planet, whether you want to accept it or not, Bima, that are dedicated to destroying the state of Israel and to killing Jews. And until you wrestle with that fact, you're never going to make any sense in this conversation because you're ignoring the one fundamental difference that separates Israel from their enemies. It's one country genuinely wants to live in peace, and the rest of them don't want that country to exist or their people. to exist. I don't understand why you can't. Did she finally fucking leave? Oh,
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she
Oh.
just is.
I think that was the one that ChatGPT wasn't giving her a good enough prompt for. Kim, you missed the lecture. I'm glad Kim said Kim will agree with me. The worst thing about this app are people that have high confidence and low information. The people that make up bullshit, the people that will recite lies, and they do so, and they will argue with people that have, information that resemble facts, and they will, despite their lack of education, their lack of knowledge, that high level of confidence, it causes them to disregard their low level of information and just say whatever the fuck comes out of their, whatever comes to mind, they're just gonna say it.
Pope Leo received a Russian welcome at the Vatican's Festival of Catholic Influencers today. He was mobbed by so-called digital missionaries, snapping and streaming on their phones.
Clubhouse up when it comes to that behavior. Beam is a perfect example of it. Trace was a lesser example of it. If you go to Chillism and you see guys like Ike and Concrete, they're a perfect example of it. We should start stopping this stuff and just say, hey, look, we're trying to have an adult conversation. Clearly, we have a lot of confidence and not a lot of information. And I think we should just tell these people, instead of entertaining ourselves with their stupidity, because that's what we've done the last few hours, is just us, laughing at them. I think we should stop that. I think we should try a new tactic, and we should just ignore them.
I saw the title of the room. I didn't expect it to be this room. I actually expected it to be like a room. I really disliked. I almost from the title was surprising. I don't know if you'd like to give me history. I almost wanted to report the room just for the title, without even going into the room. And then I figured maybe I should just listen for a second.
Yeah, well, I would say it's probably a good practice to not report room titles, and because you got to get context. This was sarcasm. Bima was in here lecturing Jews about her knowledge of the conflict. She's somebody that claims to be aware that there's more nations at war today than there have been since any time since World War II. But for whatever reason, she's obsessed about talking about the conflict with Israel. And, when you start trying to ask why, and all of her arguments are just repeated bullshit of anti-Semitic tropes. And we're trying to decipher, does she hate Jews? Or is she just so stupid that she's repeating these things? I can't assign intent. I can just say that I can identify very clearly her bullshit. Kim, you would have been so frustrated.
No, I have no idea who she is. Never even heard of her. So you can just imagine, somebody maybe just scrolling. Maybe they're a new member. I don't know, like in the clubhouse. And you just see a title that says someone lectures Jews. I mean, you just intrinsically know that's anti-Jewish, okay? Intrinsically, okay? And that's why I really don't like that title, okay?
Yeah, well, it was definitely a poke at her and not a poke at Jews. It was...
I what you're saying, that's not the way that the average person will look at that title as they scroll through the hallway. Hey, Roger, Galaxy said he wants to contribute to the room and edify it. I never said a motherfucking thing, bitch. Don't be calling out my motherfucking name, bitch.
Not too much on Jimmy.
Okay, we're not gonna talk like that, Chi-Chi.
I'm gonna talk however the fuck I want about with your bald head.
Okay, you can talk to yourself.
I need you to hear that with.
You see how that works, Chi-Chi?
So, Mojo, what's in the month? I mean, I've seen that room or whatever, a house before. I've never actually even gone in it. Is that one of yours or something?
Yeah, in the Muff is a place that
many people on Clubhouse desire to be. There's some people on Clubhouse that have never been in the muff. There's some people that'll never be in the muff. But this is, I would say it's a cozy, comfortable, perhaps even moist place.
He's so desperate to get back on stage. He got him out.
I'm not bringing this guy back. Let him go to chillism. Let him go do that.
Alright, I'm going back to my Hollywood room now. Thanks.
Alright, man. Have fun. Alright, put a 1 in the chat if you want me to bring Chi-Chi up. Put a 2 in the chat if you want me to remove and block. We'll let the people decide, Chi-Chi.
Chi-Chi has a weird obsession with Rich.
Oh, God. Alright, well, let's see what Chi-Chi's got to say then. Fuck it. We'll bring Chi-Chi up. I'll say this. I'm just going to give you a warning, Chi-Chi. If you address me at all, good or bad, I'm just going to remove you from the room. So just know that. So now you had your warning, and if you want to get like 30 seconds of your shit talking in, believe me, I can remove people faster than anybody you've ever seen. So I'm going to go ahead and bring you up. Okay? I'll bring you up. Behave yourself. You can talk shit to Rich. You can't talk shit to me. It's not going to happen. Let's see.
I'm glad my phone's about to die.
Some people in that reach to not invite you.
Yeah, I did too.
You have a fucking reputation you would want to protect. You would want to be known as. So, back to the basics here. Our industry is a business, and make it seem like we Is he a regular chillism?
Oh, yeah.
Is that true? Is it really Is he homosexual?
What's your body count? Do you know it? My body count? What is that?
Teacher.
I don't know but how many guys or girls you had sex with? Hey, something about that. Do you think it matters? No. Guys just want to have fun. True. We want to have fun. What?
I'm literally standing in the shower with other chicks.
Body count, do you know it?
I think that's fair, and I get quite offended when people talk about my people. So.
Talks about like something's.
No, I don't like it when people talk out of turn about the black community. I'm going to stand up for mine. I do the same lines.
Oh, he was saying acts yesterday. All the time. I've done them so many times.
Okay, well, what did I do that was wrong? You just capitalized on being first. Hold on. Okay, can you, listen, if I were to show you, what my lineage is, and would you accept, the study that I have that shows that I have African lineage? Okay, then why would you deny my lineage? Do you like my new PTR? That's hilarious. Sometimes I look at it and I'm just like, where the fuck am I? And to give me a new background color, just to pop. Yeah, it does. Well, you notice how, like, when the anti-Semite leaves, like, the conversation just does, they sure do like to stir up some shit, don't they?
He must have been. He's good behavior. You asked me on Clubhouse.
Rich, listen, we're not going to pick on the Kiva just because B-Master left. That is not the way it works. We will patiently wait until somebody as stupid as B-Master shows up and we'll pick on them.
Somebody invite Chi up.
I'm trying. We gotta do a movie review so it'll be a completely different crowd, completely different vibe, but not really do it to have a good movie premiere. He's going back to the movie. There's a lot of interesting people on the South that would join if we do it about this. I don't know if you know, hell, we might even get Mallory from Valentine's to join us. She's marketing costs that it takes to make a film these days. But they need to figure out how to get the investment and get their projects off the ground. Not crying about they need more money. You have plenty of money if you're doing better. So anyways, people will come off like crazy at me, as you can imagine, and Don would just say, hey, it's a valid opinion.
Yeah, God is cool people. I was about to make a point to something you said about the writers, but I was thoughtful about it. What do you think about it?
This room is dying. We're not entertaining people that hate Jews. I guess maybe what we'll do is close this room. We'll regroup later. We'll bring a whole new group of anti-Semites onto the stage, and we'll repeat. Oh, BB raised his hand. BB wants to go. Let's see. BB is.
Only go back for some background.
honest with you, I think there's a lot of division even in just the right camp on this issue. At least anecdotally, from a personal perspective, I feel like a lot of conservatives are even very divided on the Israel-Palestine thing.
Well, there's a lot of don't get it twisted. There's a lot of conservatives that don't like Jews as well. You know, the Grapers are not fans. There's anti-Semites everywhere, but there's also this group, and some of these people, when it comes to domestic policy, I actually like you take somebody like that's in power, like a Thomas Massey, for example, right? And I love how staunchly he defends fiscal conservatives. And you know, if somebody's spending money on something he doesn't think, it's in the scope of what's on he votes it down. And I think that just follow him will then come to the, the conclusion that probably is right. I think we should reform to Israel. And I say this is somebody that identifies as Zionist. It's not because I don't like Israel. It's the contrary. I don't want the U.S. government to feel that because they give aid, they have control of life. I want Israel to be in control of their own destiny. And I think, not to mention, I don't like foreign aid for anyone. But in my opinion, one of our greatest allies, if I would say that I don't support financial aid for them, damn skippy show that I don't know what to tell you about giving billions of dollars to enemies, such as Iran.
Correct. I agree with you on the foreign aid policy as well, but even with that, because of the memorandum that Obama did in 2016, that aid that we give them, even that additional aid that we give them, right now it's up to almost 92% comes back to U.S. American defense contractors. They have to spend it on us, and by 2028 it'll be 100%.
On them on the Chinese economy. We gave a very detailed report on the U.S. economy. We talked about the trade deal.
Yeah, I think this is where it gets complicated. Is when it comes to aid. There's some people that think that there should never be an end to it. Some will make arguments that we got to give aid to our allies. Others will make arguments that you got to give aid to countries that if you don't, it creates a vacuum, and then our enemies come in there and they fill that vacuum. I won't pretend that it's not complicated. I would just say that it's also important to have voices that say pump the brakes when it comes to the spending. If you're going to have people that say yes to all the spending, it's probably good to have people that say no to all the spending. Alright, I'm going to get lunch. I don't think I'm going to do Mexican today. Any thoughts? Any thoughts on lunch? Maybe I'll go get some hummus. This might be the most controversial opinion that I hold when it comes to Israelis and Palestinians, but I believe that the Palestinians, whoever those mysterious people might be, I had hummus that was called on the menu Palestinian hummus, and it was the best hummus I've ever had. So if somebody wants to point me to better hummus, just let me know. But their hummus was pretty. I'll probably never go back there though. I'm also chosen to the groups, and they fucking hear you.
Did you ever watch Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Yeah.
Episode where Larry and his tried to go eat at the Palestinian restaurant, and the one friend didn't want him to wear the yarmulke. Is that what the house called? Those things? The yarmulkes with the.
You're right.
Yeah, he's just a little too cranky for me. Just a little too cranky. He's funny though.
It's the Palestinian chicken episode.
Palestinian chicken. Let me look into it.
I'd avoid it all and go have some Vietnamese food.
You know what's fucked up is like fusion is the worst word in all of cuisine. Like you get thousands of years old recipes and some fucking dickwad that goes to fucking culinary school wants to make everything fusion. And I hate it. And the one that makes the most sense I still don't like, which is French Vietnamese. Like if I was in San Francisco, I could find a real Vietnamese restaurant, and their food is good. I like their food. I just don't like when it's fused with other shit.
Yeah, it's like, why fix something that's already perfect?
Yeah, it's fucking weird. The worst one, though, is Sushi Rito. Have you guys ever heard of this? It's like a burrito spot that's fused with sushi. And what you get is just it's essentially a giant hand roll with too much rice and not enough fish. But because you put a clever name on it, people will line up and pay like $25 to get a giant hand roll.
Roger, I posted, in case you didn't find it, I posted the clip in the chat if anybody wants.
Thank you. I think we did good work today. We need to probably monitor the medication for Bima a little closer. That might help her. Might help us. If you guys want to keep the room open, I'm fine with that. I'm going to go eat lunch. I'll be back. You guys have a good one.
Peace out.
Well, I'm going to take off too. I'll leave it to the other one. I'm going to go interview Seth Rogen, as a matter of fact. I'm interviewing Seth Rogen today, so I don't know.
Girl.
Yes.
Do your best, girl. That's some fire shit right there, huh?
Thanks, boo. Y'all have a great day.
You too.
As well. Have fun.
Yeah.
What do you guys think the best food is?
Political opinions. It's compliance,
Mexican.
peace, and
What the hell?
That's really
Is
all
that
we
even
care
a
about.
question?
You know who gives it to us? Foreign women who still value strong,
I
masculine
agree with you, but I
That's
find
the
it's
reason why
hard
high
to
value.
find authentic Mexican, like real
My name's Aaron Hill,
Mexican.
and I'm the guy that researches how many Jews there are.
Depends on where you
You've
are,
probably
yeah.
seen some of my work, most notably from when Kanye West shared my Jews in the media spreadsheet, or the infographic I made, also about Jews in the media has been going around.
It's like I went to a place like 2 weeks ago and the reviews were like off the charts. I went there, it was the worst food I've ever had. And I'm like, I don't understand. But when he's like, no, you gotta read the names of the people that are leaving the reviews. I'm like, fuck, I never thought of that.
Unfortunately, the review thing doesn't have to be honest, right? So people can have all sorts of reasons for saying just whatever. And that's the disappointing thing.
This is exactly what I've been waiting for.
I find personally that people would rather eat shit food. Like, if you open up like no, I'm not joking, like a place that's serving garbage, and then a place that's serving more, subconsciously people are like, you know what, the garbage is probably going to be cheaper, I'm going to eat there. And the place that's serving good food always loses out.
when I'm listening to Dawn, I know I've reached peak Clubhouse usage. It's the end of it.
Because it's in prison.
Let's see.
Around for 7 people, that's all.
Okay.
Going back to Trump gets bitches.
Hey, yeah, give me a second, sister. I ain't talking when you was talking. My thing is, the shit they talking about, that's low ass, petty ass arguments, talking, spanning from opinions and shit. We talking about where people was really flexing on each other, getting their ass whooped, getting sent to the hospital, going to fucking funerals, because that's the real dark side.
I'm still about that shit, too. I swear I touched me off this app. But look,
Oh, my mom.
the dark side was
Oh, my mom.
niggas, it was a bunch of shit.
What I said, sister. Y'all just don't.
Go ahead, what about RJ? Somebody that actually know what the fuck he's talking about.
Anybody come on that mic that's not RJ, you get shot. Let y'all know. Any ad-libs, you get shot.
Yeah, that's a fact. I remember that day precisely, bro. Niggas started beefing with Elaine, and she was dating some nigga or something, and they started, I think, what was the nigga name? Kofi or Coffee or some shit like that. And then, like,
Exactly.
yeah, they had this big ass room, and it was getting so much attention that it just unlocked a bunch of characters. It was a bunch of characters that were sitting themselves on stage, and them niggas turned that shit.
Thank you, Don. People that are stroking their own ego, they can be honest.
Yeah, so those spaces,
Bella.
that day unlocked probably like 50 characters, fucking, yeah, all the motherfuckers that trying to sit themselves on stage. And they got addicted to the, that's my kids, you bugging. Nah, they just talking shit, they talking, that's how they get them.
That was talking?
Man, she played, nigga.
But hold on, but I feel like y'all are forgetting.
Hey, look, your kids, garbage out, nigga.
That's the second time you did that. Chill out.
Y'all forgetting the part that was already taking place.
Yeah, some fathers, they kids, they need to back.
Would y'all say that Nick cells are a big part of Dark Side? Yeah, they were. Okay, 100%. But quickly, hold on. The Nick cells were already formed before the Elaine shit happened.
They weren't.
I'm trying to say, y'all missing a piece of the plot. Like Elaine wasn't.
They were not connected yet, though. Everyone had their separate smoke, though. This is what I'm saying. Dark Side name is Dark Side because of what? Because of the shit that y'all got off of my shit. And it's not even a flex, respectfully. It ain't even all in. I'm really just trolling y'all. But if we're being honest, all of y'all had your own shit going
was all of their crack shit.
Nah, I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't hear about you until like Lil Nas X came out with a project.
I still haven't heard about you. So I'll go watch your fucking bed or something.
I mean, Don was trying to like get his name out there during that time. And no, I was not.
No, I wasn't trying to do shit. I got approached to be on the presidential suite, so you went because you didn't lose.
Girl, I wasn't even in there. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And he used to put my name in the title so he can have that room. Lady Kofi, Lady this, Lady that, Lane's pussy this, Lane's pussy that. Like, what are y'all talking about? Y'all making shit up, like I said.
I'm gonna keep it real though. As far as like y'all know more about this relationship shit, niggas, y'all digging pussy content has been the most normalized shit the last 3 years. Niggas, because Elaine was the first relationship that niggas was intrigued with.
Bitches on Clubhouse doing 12-hour shit, acting like shit's gonna kill her.
Period. That's why y'all been on the website. That's why Presidential Suite. Hold on. That's why Presidential Suite got popping. That's why motherfucking Zambito shit went the way it went. And guess what? It stayed drama the whole entire time. Y'all never went back to regular shit. Y'all stayed on drama to this day. That's all Clubhouse is. It's drama. Fuck you talking about? And I started that shit. What's next?
Can I speak a little bit? I ain't gonna lie. I need to speak. Hold on. I want to say this. So the presidential suite definitely existed before the Elaine issue. And y'all have revisionist history, but that is not. Y'all don't remember what happened. So what happened was Elaine was a part of the Exoticals, period, right? I have blocked her because she was at no shade. She was annoying the fuck out of me.
Tell us though, I am.
Hold on, let me finish. I'll let you finish. Then I was on the presidential suite stage. You know, at that point, if you got somebody, if you were on stage and you blocked somebody, they couldn't get in the room. So Elaine, they asked who had Elaine blocked. I said I did. Period. Elaine went to do a room because she was upset that she was blocked, not even knowing the reason why. And then that room did numbers. So I really like to do it. I mean, you're either revisit how we do. That's what I'm talking about. My point of view.
That's your perspective for sure.
Now the biggest room, now that we try to be here and be weird, the biggest room that y'all know found out about Elaine was her being mad at me because I blocked her, or she felt I was weird. That's exactly what went down. So I know you're trying to like spin it like it was something else. And for me, I don't give a fuck about being connected to anything that has to do with dark side. But at the end of the day, I remember when me and Mika and Elaine and the Exoticals were removed from the dark side and we boycotted them motherfuckers. Guess what? They had no numbers. They had no numbers at all because we were not bidding on what that is.
And that's all I was saying.
Wait, real quick. Let me get a shout out to my bro Curtis. Curtis was the first nigga to bring the Discord. That's what really changed the whole dynamic of Clubhouse. We had no conversation. We have to go prior to this shit. Curtis brought the Discord out, man. Bring my nigga Curtis in here, bro. No, it's because they was paying niggas up from the fuck.
Oh, Don was definitely dark side. I'm not saying you aren't, Don. I'm not.
I was in the reason they started mass being my own.
I mean, maybe I don't really keep up with the mass, you know, really color.
And I just wanted to say, Elaine, it was already dark. You just came a little bit later.
Hell no. I've been on Clubhouse since January 9th. You can talk sometimes, like relax.
It's been 5 years. You haven't figured that out.
Wait. Do we have the clips on the crowd can actually understand what's going on?
Yeah, they're actually like, hello?
They're still doing
first created, it was not what it became. The Discord was originally for all black people to get along and just come and speak on their opinions, and it was real calm, cool, and collected until a certain individual from the dark side came in that motherfucker.
Curtis ran the Discord.
And then who came in and fucked it up, RJ? See, y'all fuck.
Just so y'all know.
The king of the dark side is gonna be between Ion and Safe.
It's 100% agree with that. And this was already back to the people before all of that shit popped off.
I mean, if we're gonna go that route, then I was a part of Big Up.
Yes, you were. Around, but this is before you went viral. Do you remember Rachel?
Hell yeah, I remember Rachel. The way I used to torture
me. No, it tortured me. What the fuck you mean? It tortured me. That was the first time we met Z. Because Z was like, this king of
I met her in a room with him. I didn't meet her with y'all.
Exactly. Okay, so Z was.
So I met her later.
Z was already on the other side of the app, was literally driving people fucking crazy. She was being a terrorist. So that's why I'm like,
no, that's not true because they used to say Z was very, hold on. They used to say Z was very quiet, very timid. When they heard she
No, Z, I'm gonna be honest with Z was an exotical. She was very quiet, very secure.
They be smoking.
Not in the front.
It wasn't until me and her got into it where I saw her monster come out.
Glasses, she started being weird.
Alright, somebody send me something in the back channel. Y'all hear me? Somebody said Clubhouse Sides. Black Hammond, San Vito's, and Smoking Jim's crew, The Dark Side, TNN, Presidential Suites, Nick Sales Makeup, Hunter and Crew, Kim Cuts, the Mainstream. Somebody wrote this to me in the back channel. The Other Side, Mainstream or Industry Side, Freddie Roosevelt, The Red, Nelson, Jared, 21 Savage, Dante Brooks, Mace, Drewski, Ocean, Heem, etc. Section Cotton. Who the fuck is that? Oh, Lydia. Section Cotton, Lydia, Dr. B, Darius, Julio, Gary, I don't know half of these people. The White Side, JT Fox, Ray Cardone.
What about our show? We can't
Nobody mentioned that. She was in effect.
$1 million booty hole O'Shawn. You can't forget her.
Check your text messages. That's weird because that must be an exotical either because they didn't put us on here. Weird.
Oh, I thought we
Wait, this give me a picture, right? Clubhouse season 1. Hey, somebody sent me a picture with Missy. Hold on, it was Missy. Missy sent me a picture. The title was Academic Spoken Party. Missy and 21 Savage and Big Bill. That shit had 5,162 people in the room. Hold on, I want to screenshot this.
Yeah, that was
I have a question. I'm just curious. Elaine, did you get a call from
Hey, PCR.
You can't talk to me anymore, man. I hate to break it to you. I don't fuck with you. I'm trying to keep it cute. Leave me alone, lady.
Real quick, PCR. It says 5,162 people.
Yeah, I said that too, because I joined Clubhouse at June of 2020, and then that was a minute ago. But it was an invite only. I don't think Android.
Imagine trying to tell me when I came on the app.
At the time, you couldn't have a certain amount of people in the room. When you shut down, you couldn't even make it into a room. After a while, they had to expand it.
first time that happened on this app was it was somebody trying to expose Kevin Hart or some shit like that. And about them not being funny, and Kevin Hart came into the room. I don't know who it was. And in that room got like the most people Clubhouse ever had. Then after that, it was mostly like me and Savage had those rooms because we was like introducing people, bringing people on the app, Chris Brown and different people like that. And it'll be like the max you can have is like 5,000 people. And then after that, I think they fixed it. And then I don't know, that's kind of when Clubhouse went to shit though. Because once everybody start arguing, like all like kind of like stories and stuff, niggas be like, so got the fuck off the app. Nobody like all the tech people, everybody who you could really get some money with got the fuck off the app once niggas start dying. But that niggas is lying anyway about what you know.
I got my invite the first month. I didn't even use the app.
You know, that's crazy. I remember this shit.
I was in the University. Y'all remember that group?
Kevin Samuels first came on the app, they had this petition to have him banned or something like that.
That shit was hot.
Yo, I was about to say that sounds like some exotic shit.
And I swear to God, that was a big room. That room had 3,000 people. I was the one that is in the app.
Hey, Meezy, I know this whole topic, but tap in, I got a tequila brand I wanted to holler at you about.
It's just in my back channel over here.
That don't make sense. How the fuck y'all gonna try to get y'all tequila?
I don't got it, but I mean, I'm more than you can drink. Well, you know I'm messing with you. I'm over to the house, so tell me what you got done, okay? Alright, but listen, I ain't gonna lie though. Either one club out, because see, this one look fast crazy. I'm trying to do fast once I see me start doxing and doing all that wild shit. But I used to fuck with my boy Kitover, Big John. That's what like, oh yeah, that was pretty much that people. Yes.
People used to pay $500 just to come on stage and $1,000 for a green bean. I swear to God, niggas used to pay niggas $1,000 for a green bean just to be on stage. Y'all never understand how easy it is. Yeah, people, I remember like that used to get offered just to get on my stage, like $1,000, $500, $400. Shit was crazy back in the day.